You blinked.
I have box lights. They're super bright. My eyes burn. Even blue light isn't enough.
I know. Regardless, welcome back to NECC, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Binks, and I'm joined by my good friend Chief, who clearly blinks way too much.
It's not my fault. I blame the lights. It's 100% the lights' fault. You know,
It definitely is.
it's also the dry air here in Southern California. But Binks, we're not here to talk about fancy box lights, are we? We're here to talk about some collegiate Rainbow Six Siege.
That's right. We have Southern Mississippi, University of Southern Mississippi, going against St. John's University. And just because I need to make sure, this is St. John's in the US, not St. John's in Canada. I'm a bit hurt because I'm from Canada. So, I was looking, I'm sorry about that.
Now, Southern Mississippi, they've only dropped one series. Their opponents today, St. John's, has been 4-0 flawless. Now, both of our rosters, they had a bye back in week 4, but honestly, some of the strongest teams that we have here in our emerging bracket are standings here in this particular division. Now, what does that mean moving into today? Well, we're going to be seeing a somewhat unique best of 3 Clubhouse Chalet in Oregon rounding out our maps today, and particularly that midmost map, that second map of Chalet. We've seen a lot of the lower level collegiate rosters absolutely struggle on that map since it's the second newest in the competitive pool.
It's just, I feel like it's a lack of understanding the map and how you're able to play around your opponents. Because if you're not able to understand your opponents, how they should be playing the map, it's so much harder to be able to prep, to be able to say, if we go for this, we know we'll be able to get this clear. You can't apply more of a cookie cutter clear, as I like to call it, just because it's constantly changing. That's something that makes watching Chalet, in our case, so interesting.
Chalet is one of my favorite maps to watch because it requires so much utility usage. You have to burn ADSs with my pancakes or Rooney gates, especially for that bar hold where you're running multiple deployable shields. And when we watch like high-level professional teams do it, it is just clean as butter, a hot knife through butter. But when you enter into the lower levels, collegiate rosters, they just do not understand how to complete utility. They just sometimes struggle, and you just find themselves staring at a deployable shield for 2 minutes. But Binks, let's not talk about that, because it's Clubhouse for map number 1. Our teams are ready. The casters can hit S on their keyboards as we gear up for the first map.
Now, with Clubhouse, it is quite interesting because we have seen a very small rework. And I'm not talking about the big rework that we saw that connected both cash room as well as bedroom with construction.
Hey, Binks, fun fact. Did you know it wasn't called a rework? They called it a map buff. The first one.
The first one was called a map buff, even though that one was so much more of a rework.
So, okay, so if they called that a rework, why didn't we get like a rework, or pardon me, a map buff for a map like, I don't know, Border, which didn't change all that much? It probably changed just as much as Clubhouse did the first time, right?
Yeah.
Well, technically it would have changed less, because I think the square footage of Border is about the same as it was originally, if not just slightly larger in the second iteration, where here on Clubhouse, I mean, new rooms were created.
New rotates, new rooms, new rafters. In case you're wondering, rafters used to be a ladder to get up. If you can imagine the nightmare, if you think teams were even able to take Garage when that was a ladder, man, you are sorely mistaken, because you can't shoot going up that ladder.
It's not CSGO.
Fact, can we also talk about how supposedly, and I guarantee next to no one remembers this, Consulate supposedly got reworked? No.
It did.
It did, but it didn't. Not at all.
So they changed lines of sight, and they added the 4th bomb site, the split bomb site. Actually, if you go back and look at old cons versus current cons, it's quite noticeable the change. Oh, speaking of changes, we're breaking the status quo. Cali being brought from St. John's on their first stint on the offense. Interesting. I'm guessing that they're expecting to go to cash CCTV, and if we look at Southern Mississippi, that's not currently the case for them. Cali is quite a cumbersome operator, since her primary weapon, and only primary weapon, is a bolt-action sniper rifle with a minimum zoom of 5. Most weapons in game don't have anything close to that. We have a 2.5 times sight, which is the ACOG, with a 3 times sight, which is the longer range ACOG style device on the DMRs, and then Cali has this chonker of a weapon. Now, to me, Callie is kind of a lazy alternative to opening up the walls. I will say, though, I want Callie to be run more. I respect her ability to deal with the utility since she has 3 of those lances that can destroy deployable shields as well as utility on the other side of that wall, but she just loses the ability to click heads like her compadres in crime on the attacking side. Sure, she has a pocket F2, a great secondary weapon, but again, cumbersome, and in a game like Rainbow Six Siege, especially in this current meta where it's called the TDM meta, the team deathmatch meta, bolt-action sniper rifles aren't the play. DMRs aren't even the play.
It's going to be interesting to see if Windchooser will be able to actually make it work. Depending on where they're going, will highly determine it. But Cade, banned. Maverick, banned. Thatcher, banned. Callie does seem like the optimal pick. Just don't waste it here, because you can shoot it through a drone hole unless they change that, and I'm just completely unaware.
You can still shoot it through a drone hole.
Oh, man. So, quick tip there. Never waste a Callie trying to get into anything construction, because you can go prone next to the drone hole.
Don't run Callie.
Okay, cheap. Callie has the ability to make some really cool highlight plays. And you can argue that it's because she's just shouldn't be there, so when you use her, it's a lot of finesse. But we can see her work, so when it does work, that's when we can go crazy. Am I wrong?
All right, FaZe. It's no longer 360s on Rust anymore. The days of MW2 is over. Because you now have drones! Havoc with the information at his disposal smoked into oblivion. The side of St. John's are attempting to control the escape tunnel, but unfortunately the only thing escaping is their ghosts at this point. It is a linear clear. They haven't even pushed the entire map. They have no map control bigs, actually. We saw this yesterday with Akron playing in CR6, where they would do this exact attack. However, Akron is all champ players, and they can take gunfights and are fearless. Why are you pushing that, Callie? What is the point? Stop challenging Mute. Oh, it's a calamity in the dirt tunnel. They're just taking bodies at this point. Smasher, the flank watch, the only one left. Oil Pit might be their final resting point at this point, their last abode.
Now you're probably wondering, why isn't Warlord picking themselves up? And that's right. That is because Sophia got nerfed and can no longer pick herself up. But that's old info. Can we just talk about the inability to take dirt? You absolutely have to, and it is imperative when going for dirt. Either flash it out, you use your utility, you use those drones. You can't push dirt blind, especially when there's a Mossberg on the other side. I don't know if you noticed, but when you do have that one consistent long angle, if you have someone swing around with a shotgun, they're gonna pop you. You are in like 5 meters. And okay, I was concerned because I saw the DMR of the Glaz. Glaz can be viable in some scenarios depending on how you're playing him. But I was concerned when I saw another DMR because you need the fire rate, especially with how close we've been seeing South Mississippi play.
Binks, we didn't even see a dirt tunnel hold. Now, some of you might be angrily typing, but there was a Mute there. That's a dirt tunnel hold. No, Mute had no ADS, no deployable shield, and it's a Mute, not a smoke. There is just never reality that Mute is able to take 3 kills there. Because you get naded, you get flashed, you get stunned, or insert a plethora of utility that the offense has, and Mute dies for free. I mean, we see teams at the upper echelons of amateur Challenger League and Pro League do dirt tunnel holds, and they're quite powerful because we see ADS stacks, we see my pancake stacks, but I have never seen a no util defending hold find 3 kills. Honestly, that attack left a ton to be desired, and it was just a lack of coordination overall. Moving forward, we're going to need to see St. John's prioritize team play just a little bit better. Not just droning down dirt tunnel, but actually understanding the hold of southern Mississippi.
All right. It's important to know that because you have 2 heartbeats, it should be very plausible to get this wall right off the bat. Not even worry about a bandit trick. However, if there is a bandit trick ready, which they are not, then we will see a lot of utility wasted, which you can easily figure out. I get that there is not a mute on the other board, so you can easily just go drone it out and see what's going on. See if you need to waste that utility just to guarantee the wall, or just take the extra second. Very good and solidified hold from Patoon, because if he falls back off that position, that's when you got to worry about CC.
It's very interesting that we didn't see the bandit trick take place at all. Actually, St. John's was prepared for the bandit trick, which is why we saw the exothermic charge as well as a Selma charge be placed on East Platte. Now, with the east wall opened up, it's going to be St. John's prioritizing the garage sign. A thermocharge, the exothermic charge, the last one already used on the northwest component of the garage wall. So, St. John's, multiple avenues into garage rafters. They just have to find their gunfight. The yellow pings identify Wamai over by R1. And now you just have to swing. St. John's, they were a little lackluster in round one. They didn't coordinate, and they were timid on their push. Now with information, St. John's needs to commit to a util burn. You have to go for a flashbang dump. That means rotating over Smasher, your flank wash. Sending all those flashes. There's a first one. Actually not grabbed by any of the ADSs. Now it's an opportunity to nades. Where are the nades on the side of St. John's? Well, they're in play. Warlord has them, but he's just lost his life to Mello.
Quick trade coming out as the Mute will be able to take out the ace. Not too bad utility-wise, but now look, we're in the final minute of play. Mello is spraying down the players of St. John's as they are looking for the rotation, and pushing up blind will be Smasher. So many angles he has to watch down below, and I gotta remind you that that limited ammo capacity, the ARX, is not going to be enough as he will finally be taken out by Jackmo. He'll find a second staying on top. Cali will be able to find one, but that's not the time to have your bolt action out, because that Aldo will rip right through you as Mississippi takes their second round.
Once again, St. John finds themselves in the pit of lacking of utility. They had to push Wamai in a timely manner, and they had to commit utility. One set of nades and one set of flashbangs, so it's 2 total nades and 3 flashbangs is just simply not enough to execute on Clubhouse. We're going to need to see an extra set of nades coming forward for St. John, as well as somebody else bringing out flashbangs. And I guess you could use Thermite and the smoke grenades as a substitute to flashbangs, but still not exactly what I would like from St. John. And they just have to commit to attack. They have to use their utility. And if we saw the util, the flashbangs, the nades actually used on rafters instead of Wamai take a dumb gunfight, it would have been a completely different round. Wamai had no business challenging there. He just sits with his back against the wall, and he denies the walk up the stairs. Plus, with Mello already over in lobby lounge, I mean, Wamai had no business taking that gunfight. He actually is a detriment to his team when that gunfight takes place. So far, Binks, both these rosters are almost just reacting or doing things to do things in the round instead of having a purpose behind it. And that does concern me, because in Rainbow Six Siege, if you're doing things without a purpose, then you're A, not learning, but B, you're not understanding the round ergonomics.
In lifeguarding and in teaching first aid, I have often passed one thing on to my students. You always want to be proactive rather than reactive. The moment you're being reactive, it means that you are on the back foot. It means you're falling back, trying to regain your balance. Proactive is literally the equivalent to walking forwards and taking something or preventing it. So for example, a flank. You can either flick around and be falling back unbalanced when you realize someone's on your flank, or you can have a player there watching it, waiting, and then you are catching them off guard. Very nice little balance there, and that's exactly what we need to start seeing from both these teams to just a bigger degree as they try to clear out this player of Mello in Garage.
I totally forgot that we both were lifeguards. I always forget about that.
A lot of casters are. Scott was as well.
Yeah, but Southern California supremacy. That's all I'm going to say, man. Real lifeguards are from SoCal. And
you know what? I got to guard the ice up here in Canada, bud. You know, people fall in. It's very dangerous. I got to tell you about that.
What? I mean, we shred the Gnar here, and I guess you get shredded by the pack of ice. And Smasher is going to get shredded as well. Flank Watch becoming an endangered species, as well as, I guess, the entire supporting cast of St. John's. They didn't even bother to try to open up cache. They just face-checked it. That is not a comfortable decision that St. John should ever be making. Again, the whole purpose of that extension into cache for Southern Mississippi is to force the attackers to burn Hardbridge. I guess St. John's went for the other option, which is to take gunfights, but that's just silly and madness.
Trying to understand it. Cali is 50 cal will once again be coming into play as they pick up their third kill. Good job by Winged. really making use of it, and that's something I have to respect. Castle Barricade will finally be open as we go down to the final 60 seconds of play here in the third round. Quick flank up from Reza. However, no players have actually pushed to the red hallway. I mean, they are relatively safe, and if they play their cards properly, they should be able to completely deny this plant with the proper flank, especially considering that this 50 cal will have nowhere near enough of an ability to contest these angles. How do you expect to win this? As we'll see a really quick trade. Nice shot from the Cali. I will give them credit there, but you cannot push into Jim at such a slow manner, especially when you see his V-hold. You'll see a clear indication, a nice, very precise spray, I'll even say, from the information. And that's a 4th round for Southern Mississippi. Sorry, 3rd round. Wow.
Binks, pardon the lazy analyst skills here, but how often do you actually see 1-for-1 trades like that?
Never.
We've seen
with a 50 cal.
We've seen or just in general, not with just the Cali bolt action.
Oh,
but in general, very rarely. Like, trades do not take place very often in the Ubisoft game engine for whatever reason. Like, if you see like Call of Duty or Battlefield, the game engine processes trades in a different manner. And Siege, it doesn't take place. We've had a trade every single round. So that's just an interesting statistic. It means nothing in the actual scheme of, NECC Week 5, but it's just an oddity. And I think it's coming down to the fact that both teams are playing very passive. Southern Mississippi has a defensive style where they just kind of sit and wait for St. John to come, and St. John obliges. And that's just the way it is. And since players are in predictable spots, holding angles and whatnot, I mean, crosshair placement is pretty decent between our two rosters. If I were to compliment anything about them, it's their wonderful crosshair placement. And that's why these trades are taking place, because on, I guess, central servers, they're hitting mouse 1 at the exact same time.
I mean, even if they're hitting them at the exact same time, we go and we watch like LAN events. Trades aren't happening even nearly this much. I think you are right. You're onto something with that statistic, and I'm quite interested to see if it will continue. But now, on the side of St. John's, they have to get aggressive, especially with this being basement. If they can get a good, solid clear, only to realize, is there even a roamer? That's the question on everyone's mind. I do believe it could be Mellow situated on the first floor, but if not, they got to take control, and they got to take it as fast as possible. Otherwise, this entire round will run away from them before it even begins.
See an adaptation coming out from Southern Mississippi. They realize that St. John wants to prioritize their push in through Dirt Tunnel, and Southern Mississippi is putting barbed wire as well as a Goyo shield. Now, I don't hear any ADSs, and well, my pancakes aren't available currently for Southern Mississippi, so this actually might be pretty free real estate with a Cali Lance. There's a swing. The information is there, and the Cali Lance does detonate. So we would have been better off seeing Southern Mississippi bring out another operator just to deny and waste some of that St. John utility. But now with Dirt Tunnel control, this is still a fatal funnel, Binks, and this is a very dangerous place to push. And Southern University, or Southern Mississippi, is not quite ready to give this up. What a beautiful shot! The second time we've seen St. John's have casualties, the exact same spray.
Padoon really doing his job holding down Dirt has been a pivotal part of this defense, and just the inability to clear out. And might I add, he still has his C4. Point notifications are turned off in competitive play, so Conroar could easily be picked up by his comrade, which he will, all the way back up to 20 health. But look at this, now 5 players, now down to 2, as every single player on Southern Mississippi are just abusing the fact that there's no pressure on them. They have continued to be in the power seat. They choose when they swing. They have the information on the final player have it. You absolutely have to apply pressure, whether it be from the second floor coming down to clear those players out. And might I add, can we just take a quick second?
You gonna talk about the diffuser?
And a beautiful shot.
Oh, did you see the diffuser tilted on its side? Not flat down like it always is. It was like in a 90-degree rotation.
What are the odds of this game? We're seeing so many crazy statistical things that should not be happening. The dirt push, okay, there may be C4s. If you're ever going to be going for a really big church push, I highly, highly recommend that you have to clear out kitchen, get that hatch open at least, dedicate some utility, some time, open some holes in the floor, because the moment those holes are open, a lot of the defenders are not going to feel comfortable sitting along that entire strip. leaving you just to watch a gun case or just right behind where the Goya was playing. And you're able to easily isolate him, isolate the angle, whether it be it's from above when he's rotating in. And as soon as you isolate that one, make it a 2-on-1, because they can't shoot two people at once, that's when you begin your push. With the current method that St. John's has been using, it's been a full frontal force attack, which leaves Southern Mississippi in the power seat in regard to how they can swing, how they will be able to really monopolize the round in all reality.
I mean, there's just never reality where a dirt tunnel and secret stairs push works. Well, I guess it worked yesterday with Akron University, but Akron University is miles ahead of St. John's. And, I mean, there's a reason why they've won 13 championships in collegiates across Face It, CR6, and CEA. I mean, they have won more prize money than most CL teams will ever even dream about. So, Akron is a different beast. And the reason why
really
Akron
like
attacks...
Akron.
Pardon?
You really like Akron.
Well, I mean, they're the litmus test. They've been the litmus test for a very long time for what the upper echelon of collegiate rosters should look like. Unfortunately, with their loss yesterday to Converse, that's probably not the case. It's, still NCSU, NC State, and it's Purdue as well. So there are new kids to the block, and the St. John program, as well as the Southern Mississippi program, is probably a little bit newer compared to the legacy rosters that we see in collegiate. But moving forward, St. John's just cannot be linear. They have to participate with utility. And wasting a Cali Lance like that and not burning an ADS is just something that I don't want to see. Now, we haven't yet talked about the operator lineup. What a nasty shot. I mean, again, we talked about Wamai should not be peeking. And he's going to learn that lesson the hard way once again. There's just no world reality where Wamai needs to take that gunfight. But with that being said, there's the potential of what I refer to as the YOLO. Because there's a glass in play with a Ying.
Oh, no. Well, it won't matter too much. Jack will hold down his fearsome angle just like before. Even though Warlord on the Ying has been able to make his way up, he is extremely pressured. But we can see the first plant of the game. They will swing out. They'll have to pop out the plant. Ying's Candles will now be detonated. Havoc also capitalizing on his kill, leaving Mello on the flank coming up from the stairs. And Jack to deal with it. Mello will find one, lighting up Warlord as the plant will finally be successful. Cali now last one alive. 40 seconds will down one. Needs to get the other one, and he'll find them both with the 50 cal. St. John's finally on the board with two huge shots from that sniper.
All right. I did not expect that one to go that way at all, Binks. I'm going to be straight with you. As soon as we saw Callie just sprint into the bomb site, like, all right, well, she's dead. That's all that it was. However, Southern University, or Southern Mississippi just kind of tossed it. They had positional advantage. They had utility advantage. And they elected to take gunfights. They even got the double down because St. John's post-plant, or their lockdown of the diffuser, was their Selma charge wielding ace rushing red, while simultaneously the player who's holding the cross on the window of rafters was looking at the same angle, and they both get killed and DBNO'd at the same time. Like, that's just inefficient. You're very lucky that Winged, your Cali Warlord, is capable of pulling off phase-level trick shots, because there's just not a reality that should ever happen.
I'm at a loss for words. I'm interested to see how this site will work out. With CC, you open up a wall that leads directly onto site. There's no buffer room that we've seen started to be installed in other maps. You go right into site, and that's what I think makes Cali more viable on a site like that, where you have the capability of doing that. But on a site like Bedroom, almost anywhere you push, those angles aren't given to you. It's a lot more close. Even on the push for basement, you don't have those long angles. That's why I think Cali's more viable for CC, and I think she can be a viable pick for a lot of teams if the time or the moment presents itself. But here, on this site, 2 DMRs, 2 long lines of sight, need to clear out roamers. I feel they're putting themselves at a disadvantage for no reason. Oh my god!
Why? Why? What's the point of taking that gunfight? Like, there's just not a reality where that gunfight needs to be taking place, Mello. Like, you're better off roaming and falling back after you snipe the drones. Because you now just put your team at a disadvantage for no reason. You gained nothing from that engagement. It was a senseless gunfight. And why Southern Mississippi won their other gym bedroom hold in round 3 was because St. John didn't even drone. They didn't even push. So why would you give them dumb gunfight?
They just want to prove me wrong with the DMRs. But I'm telling you right now, Southern Mississippi, you can still prove it to them. The DMRs are not the way to go. As much as I love DMRs, I'm a DMR warlord. As you'll see, when the UMP is able to beat a 50 cal, you know just about anything can. Pekun also adding on to that with the SMG-11, a horrible gun at long ranges will still eliminate the DMR wielding Blaz. But there it is. You got to watch your flank and watch that aggression as 2 kills on the side of St. John's. Make that 3 will be collected, leaving Reza to be the last alive. Gonna catch the latecomer of Havoc as he was trying to rotate. Now, Konar does have the diffuser. He'll begin to plant, but the line of sight is here, and the implication for Warlord is it's going to be a very troubled push back to the site for Reza.
Forced to make the clutch possible, but with the St. John positioning, this is going to be very difficult to do. When that Rooney gate opens up, that means St. John's knows exactly where that final roamer is. Still offsite, isolated over by Khan. Warlord makes the reaction, pushing through Logi, and once again, the attempted swing. But where on earth did St. John's go? Great play from them, playing passive, using the external spa wall and the crossfire outside. It's a miss from the Fragmite, though, but with 11 seconds and a 7-second defuse. Binks, this round may be over, and it's now been confirmed that St. John's winning their final round of attack.
Not a bad split for them. Also able to capitalize on the kill. Good job to St. John's. It really came down to the overextension and aggression of Southern Mississippi. And we saw that even every single round prior to that, when they played calm and collected and didn't go a bit stir crazy from feeling pinched, those are the rounds that were so easily able to come out on top. That aggression, those almost 3 free kills, are just something that aren't warranted in this case. You need to hold things down rather than everyone going for the gunfight at the same time.
See, this is why I think it's a dangerous mentality when casters or even pro league players will say, oh, your job as a roamer is to get kills. No, your job as a roamer is to waste time. And usually by proxy, that means you have to stand your ground at some point. But that first gunfight from Jaeger, there's just never a reality where that gunfight is meaningful. Even if you get the kill, you're most likely going to get traded if you're playing against a team that has half-decent coordination. Because there'll be multiple attackers trying to push in through the east garage door, because that's a very odd angle to be pushing as an attacker in that stage of that round. And if you are, you're going for Rafters control, which means you need at least 2 players to do so. One to challenge Lobby Swamp, and the other one to actually challenge Rafters. So again, when we're taking gunfights, my rule of thumb is you have an 80% chance of winning that gunfight. If you do not have an 80% chance of winning a gunfight, there is never an excuse to take the gunfight unless you're forced to go for a trade.
Long story short, you're not Bolo.
Yeah, I mean,
you're not that guy.
And Bolo in Pro League isn't taking gunfights haphazardly. He's putting himself in a position to win those gunfights, and he monitors the 80% rule. Every Pro League player does. Again, of course, there's the exception when you've lost, when you have to trade. Like, that's just an inevitable fact of Rainbow. Sometimes there is a moment to get aggro, but the 15 seconds like that in Rafters, again, I don't want to kind of harp on one point, but Southern Mississippi had a really solid defense. They forced St. John to do a lot of things badly, but then they just kind of tossed it away, doing things that have no rhyme or reason.
You can't shoot it. That RCE Retero drone coming out from Flores will do its job of being able to disable all those bandit charges and mute depending on what was on the wall. Quite an inability to use a mute jammer there, especially when you have them on the board. You got to block out in preparation for the Flores, because it's just a simple blunder that can save you a lot of time and deny the attackers a lot of utility usage, just the ability to move around. And fun fact, when you mute a Flores drone, after they try to anchor it going into it, you can then use that mute jammer as your kill charge. My favorite point was when I was able to get a kill of a Flores drone onto an attacking player from shooting my own mute jammer. Because right there, if the mute now shoots the jammer, the Flores drone will still detonate. Very interesting mechanic, not talked about enough. Regardless, we see this push coming out. Wall,
Where are these reinforcements? You have 10 reinforcements, which gives you more than enough to be able to
one.
have West Solo reinforced. Especially now
Where?
with the exterior East Solo being available, since that wall is just single. Really interesting. Now, I don't know if
Where?
that's an oversight from St. John's or if that's part of their strategy. That's kind of one of the things that I actually do enjoy about some of the lower level collegiate rosters is they do things that I wouldn't expect, and sometimes they have a rhyme or reason. It's what's actually really refreshing sometimes, because if you are used to casting, all amateur teams or high-level amateur teams or high-level collegiate rosters, they all do things more or less the same. There's a certain mentality, and it is emulating Pro League, but when you're at the lower levels of collegiate, players are doing things that they think is right, and they also make their own strategies, which is really refreshing because they create some interesting things.
Don't always work. You can see them adapt to their own environment, which is a very positive thing. Black Mirror will be able to be dispersed by Southern Mississippi. C4 is coming out, but Mellow and Null have it covered. Also going for the plant. This could be denied by the Bandit if he has the info. However, he does not. Plant will not be successful. C4 even being prepped in the wrong positioning. Now remaining 2 players. A Smasher and Warlord will have to get it done. Warlord finding one, making his way towards the site. Pops and sees 2 players jumping out the window. That's a lot of information for him to work off of, but he has to use his information as fast as possible. Tipcoon finding one, Smasher finding another one. Now down to 2 remaining players. Rest are going to find one, Mellow the other, and as close as they may have seemed, Southern Mississippi hold on to it, going up 5-2.
Southern Mississippi has just demonstrated one of the best attacks on Clubhouse that we've seen in a while, particularly the best attack that we've seen all day here on Club. That was phenomenal. The way they took map control, the way they opened up that wall was a little bit atypical, using that Flores drone. And once they had that wall open, they never actually pressured in through East Platte until the execute came, because Southern Mississippi was very focused on holding and executing through connector, through construction, through master, and it was time consuming to do so because they failed at actually executing in through garage rafters and the bottom portion of that garage because of those mute jammers. But with the solo wall being left soft, we saw Southern Mississippi just get it open for free. But the part that I loved the most was a Celeba charge on the middle of the 3 walls of red, dealing with the Mira window. As soon as that Mira fell, I mean, that bomb site was opened up wide, and Southern Mississippi just instantly crashed. They were able to leverage East Platte, which they almost didn't show at all until the execute, and I think St. John's forgot about East Platte because Mira almost looked shocked when her teammate died to it.
Yeah. We also got to talk about, we can at least try to calculate where the reinforcements were. We had 4 in garage.
Correct.
2 on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
So that brings us up to 6. 1 in construction.
Yep.
1 on the Mira.
Yep. One on the garage rafters window.
Garage rafters.
So that's
that
9,
leaves the
and
1.
then 1 was in pocket, which we could see in the overhead. So
Never reinforce all garage. Not worth it. It ain't worth it. I'm telling you right now. It ain't worth. Regardless, it didn't work out. Could have been in the Mira strategy. Unfortunately, with a hold like that, the moment that wall gets completely blown open, they have the cover from the cash desk, which is unfortunately bulletproof. So they have a lot of free real estate that they can take and play around in order to manipulate angles against the defenders. So you always want to try, unless you're going to really go for a solidified hold onto cash or into construction, get those walls, connecting them reinforced, because it gives attackers such long angles.
I've seen some really good strategies with that wall opened up with deployable shields. And so it was an Aruni gate, a deployable shield, the suite of my pancakes, and all 3 acre ADSs, and it was elevated on the green box so it couldn't get naded from underneath. And the attacking team just looked dazed. I can't remember who did it. I think it was in Solar Flare or maybe Unified Premier, but it really doesn't matter. Like, the attacking team was trying to go through Master. They see that, they're like, all right, it's the Garage Rafters take for us. We're not dealing with it. And the attacking team actually won through Garage Rafters because you can deny green box play through the elevated position because you had that long angle. So that's what I want to see more teams do. Ingenuity. And to be fair, Southern Mississippi did do exactly that because they failed at opening Garage and they made a great rotation.
It's true. Now, speculating, we should be able to see an attempt from St. John's on the basement side. They've had a bit of trouble taming their aggression or leaving things unattended. How do you think that's going to play out once we start to see that basement side? Do we think that Southern Mississippi is going to go for a total third, or sorry, the second and first for clear, and then make their way towards the basement, or do you think we could see them just completely go straight for sight?
I hope it's not the latter. I'm going to be honest with you. And the way, if we have round 7 as our litmus test, I think we're going to see an entire map clear, which is exactly what I want. I think we're going to see a very default take, but a prioritization being made of the hatches. And I think I just got word from our producer that the rehost time has now expired and it's going to be St. John's forced to go for a 4v5. We're still waiting on an official admin call, but it's starting to go that direction.
4v5.
One of those players forgot that they had a final. Ladies and
So
gentlemen, can I
it is
make a quick point?
midterms.
It is
Okay,
midterm
Chief,
season.
I'll give it to you. I might need to eat some Mr.
I,
Noodles though.
I may be a boomer. I know I'm a grad student, but hear me out, guys. Like, please, collegiate esports is not why you should be going to college. Please prioritize your classes. Your classes are going to make your careers, not Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, I gotta
Please,
head out.
please plan around your school schedules, not your college esports schedules. That's me as a boomer. I know. Be
It
fair,
looks like
just
I
go
gotta
to
head
grad
out.
school. You
I,
can
I,
sit
I
out.
got
Yeah,
got
you eat.
exams too.
I'll just kind of go around. To
Yeah.
be fair, like, oh, so okay, so map 1 is now forfeited, and they're going to be calling in a sub for map 2, which is bizarre. But again, please go to school, do your homework, study for your tests, get your 4.0. We're going to dive to a break, prepare for map number 2. That's going to be Chalet. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. This might be an extended break because we have some adminning to do, but see you soon.
Buenos noches, NECC. I'm Binks. This is Chief. Welcome back. Now, we had an unfortunate map forfeit from St. John's to the lack of a player, but Hakuna Matata, no worries. We're going to get right back into this game. That means we're going to, correct me if I'm wrong, Chalet Chief.
We are going to the French Alps. And I am not looking forward to the French Alps. As we mentioned before we went into map number 1, we both adore Chalet. However, with what I saw on Clubhouse, the inability to use utility, particularly flashbangs and nades, I mean, that's all Chalet is. Your holds require good utility consumption, and I'm a little concerned for Chalet because this might just turn into team deathmatch.
Might. Now, in where I come from, that may be PS4, we call the inability to predict a game and have to face sorely off communication. We call that a rifra.
A what?
A rifra.
What does that mean? What's a rifra? Is that even a word in the English language?
It is. Let's look it up. Let's look it up. I'll give you a definition.
Please.
Okay. There's no definition. My life might be a lie. But as far as my
How do you even spell it? Hold on.
R-Y-F-R-A. Unless my life has been a lie, it means just a lack of communication and just having to play on your toes.
Can somebody who's like an English major tell me if this is an actual word? I mean, there's a reason why I have a degree in finance. There's a reason why I can't spell.
I think I'm definitely wrong in this case. In all scenarios, let's just say, I guess these teams are a rifra. Now, jumping back into this game, we saw our bans unfold right before our eyes, almost identical, except for the key change. Jaeger is gone, deleted, relegated to the bench, whatever word you want to say, and that means that there's going to be a lot of utility in play today.
Actually, I think that's the right call. Because if our rosters are struggling with util burn, why not break down the best operator for util burn? Now, what is the lesser of evils? ADSs that can be temporarily disabled with one projectile but reset after 10 seconds? Or the now buffed Wamai who grows Wamai pancakes in his back pocket up to a total of 6 during a round duration? I don't actually know. I'd probably lean a little bit more towards Wamai because I can guarantee the amount of flashbangs required. I know for a fact that there's going to be at minimum 3 in play, and then immediately follow up my nade. Where my pancakes, if you're pushing in the latter portions of a round, I mean, you don't know if there are 3 in play, you don't know if there's 4 in play, or you don't know if all 6 are in play. So I'd rather deal with the Jaeger because it's a more defined set of variables, and in Rainbow Six Siege you want to have well-defined variables, because if you don't, you're going to find yourself in a bad spot as an IGL trying to counter mid-round. Now, one of my favorite stats is current NAL Stage 3 performance of North America, because this bomb site has a 10% win rate for the defense. It has become abysmal.
Well, as much as we like to say the stats don't lie, every single bit of a stat means that there is a chance of something happening. And those stats are always skewed or influenced by which teams are playing and their ability to hold or attack a certain site. We don't know the capabilities, and don't get on your drone. You're visible from the window. Get off your drone. And I can't believe I'm ever telling someone to get off a drone. You can't go on a drone in a vulnerable state. It's not like other games where when you get on a drone, you still hear audio from your real life person. You're able to differentiate, but that is just lethal and reckless. You've got to be more aware of that. But I guess it doesn't matter if you have the info.
There's just no way.
No, I don't.
What a dumb play.
That's not very nice.
I mean, why is that engagement even taking place? I mean,
just call it a rifra.
Jesus. That's not in my vernacular, and it's never going to be. I mean, Platoon was the primary anchor for Southern Mississippi. They were the ones that were denying dirt tunnel pressure, and they died to a swing from Ego Door. I mean, it's named Ego for a reason. I mean, that gunfight just never takes place, because you should be punished 110% of the time that happens, because the attacker is fully exposed to that door frame. It's an interesting call to make, and also the rotation of Warlord through the garage. I mean, not the fastest. It's going to get the job done to deal with the K-Claw, so it's all going to end well since that exothermic charge is going to be followed up relatively soon. Now, Aruni is going to be the operator in question, because with Ego Balcony door open, the likelihood of Aruni falling back is low, and well, she's going to maintain her ground. She has to be very mindful, though, that she doesn't get challenged like her teammate did.
Very dangerous one to repel here. It's quite lethal if you're not watching out for it.
Two defenders died to the same place! Why are you standing in the open like that?
They gotta know the angles. Durham will have a chance to make it up. DMR going against 50 cal. Winged will be able to win that out. We know he's an absolute beast with that 50 cal. Now all left up to Jamakwan and Reza. They will be the last two defenders. Both have a C4 in hand, meaning they will possibly be able to deny this plant. Even with all the C4s on the ground, Mozzie's down below. Jack won't be able to find one. Quickly refrag from Warlord on the Ash. And then to 1v4. C4 will not be successful as the flank all the way up through library stairs. This is going to be a long and treacherous fight for the lone Mozzie player. He'll begin his approach. Going to catch the Thermite off guard. Does he have the crosspeak though? That's the real question. And did he hear the audio cue? Based on the fact that the players have not rotated around, you have to assume that he did not. He'll be able to win his first gunfight all the way down to 20% health, probably now below. He does not have that much time to make up the lost ground. He also has to contest this Kali, holding the long angle with any little hint or breath on this Mozzie, and he is a goner. Reza looking to push in through piano. Runegate will give away his position as it deactivates. And there's the Nomad to finish off the kill. Very big first round, and lots of blunders from the defenders not being aware of the angles.
You have an Aruni in play. Why isn't default plant punched? Why is there still wood there? Why aren't the rafters exposed? Or the metal beams? Are they called rafters? I apparently don't know housing construction. I guess I could ask the people who are next door remodeling my house. I guess they'll be the ones to know. But anyways, the metal beam rod thingamabobbers should be completely exposed. You have no excuse for Aruni not to hit them, especially when your macro strategy as Southern Mississippi is designed to relegate 3 deployable shields to kitchen for nitrocell denial. The whole strat for Southern Mississippi is to deny that plant, and they fail to do so because they don't structurally understand how to set up that bomb site. If the Aruni punched the default hole, which is just the next of Cade, or just next to Cade behind him, that round is won, because Mozzie just stands there and shoots through the floor and gets 3 free kills because St. John just stands all on top of each other. Also, the fact that we saw the LMGE of Unstoppable find 2 kills, the first one YOLOing the Ego Balk door, and then the member of Southern Mississippi not realizing that the big window can be shot and stands in the middle of it is just kind of unacceptable for me. Like, those are errors that should not be made.
Well, with errors, there are mistakes. With mistakes, there's chance to reattempt. You can only reattempt so many times before it's too late, but nevertheless, Southern Mississippi has the chance to reattempt this site. Whether or not they'll be able to fix their mistakes and understand what those mistakes exactly were are still up in the air for debate. However, St. John's showing a much more proficient ability to drone out this map as a whole. Whereas on the first map, we saw them droning, but not as much with the purpose. So hopefully we'll see a nice change in pace in that regard.
Drones establishing information, and St. John's about to get the all clear that the area of execution, which is their library, has more or less clear. I can see why our player lost the gunfight to Ego Balcony, because they weren't actually playing the deployable shield. You have to be flush against that deployable shield because, well, you saw what happened in round 1. You don't need me to repeat that. Now, this is an interesting take from St. John's. They're replicating what they did back in round 1. They're push in through the basement. Now, there are a few reasons to why we would see this execute, and it comes down to how aggressive teams are over in library. Very often, we're going to see at least 2 roamers in the area just sniping the drone and then falling back, and then going back to where Platoon actually is. So that might be his final resting place in the execute. Now, for the side of St. John's, they're going to bypass that, but it's costly. They have wasted 90 seconds and have 0 map control. And they're not even droning. They gather information that's all clear, but This is not good droning discipline because the members of Southern Mississippi could rotate back into bar.
3 seconds is all it takes for information to become old, and that's at a maximum. If you don't have that information, it does not matter too much. Aruna being able to hide out the hold. And she is quite pinched. She does have the ability to rotate. Good choice there, as you'd be really in a suicide spot. You're throwing your life away to the other team. And a big swing from Pitoon. He'll find one. Unstoppable will be stopped for the rest of the round. The substitute of Zofia has done a very solid job thus far, as they were able to find 2 kills in the first round, but nothing for this round yet. 40 seconds now, as it looks like it will be a flood and a mimicking plant. Just like the previous round, smoke canister, toxic babe detonated right along the Aruni Shurya gate, delaying just a little bit longer. And it seems like delaying is the only thing that will have to be done on the side of Southern Mississippi, as the plant is looking less and less likely, as Pitoon is completely locked down piano. Havoc now to rush into the site, contesting the Aruni. Will be able to down from the window of Warlord. It was not contested, but Reza will be able to shut down Havoc. Now left up to Winged and Warlord. They're on separate sides of the map. Wing does still have that 50 cal sniper and has to make it work. Shots coming out. The diffuser will be denied, and it's now all left up to Warlord. No ammo on the pistol, looking for one, won't even be able to find it. And there it is. The correction from Southern Mississippi will win them the round.
Did you notice how many players of St. John's died from the players over in Kitchen? It was 2 or 3. Southern Mississippi made the correction that I required. The fact that if you're holding below, you actually need to hold below, and they did a wonderful job of correcting that. It's very nice when a team actually learns what went wrong in the round for them, and they make their adaptation on the fly. Perfect read by them. And on the side of St. John's, I mean, they kind of lost it themselves. You should not be in the basement with 90 seconds or the halfway mark in the round and no map control, because there are still deployable shields. Throw my pancakes, the Rooney gates, the Syria gates were still active, and St. John's are starting to fall into the pitfall that they had on Clubhouse. When there was utility, St. John's, instead of dealing with the utility, they would just take the gunfights and face check. That is not a sustainable strategy, and they will not be able to have success if they just go for heads-up gunfights. It won them round number 1 because Southern Mississippi was playing way too passively. It's not going to be an error I think Southern Mississippi makes again.
15 seconds now left in this preparation phase. Basement, interesting site selection. Lots of utility being stacked up onto this garage as well. Now, normally the pitfall of garage is the fact that you can now really contest it from up above. We have seen a little bit of vertical gameplay on the side of St. John's, with Warlord consistently going down below. However, this is a different ballpark, different ball game, different game in general, where they have to really commit their time and utility to focusing on that vertical. And if we're being honest, Chief, if you don't have experience fighting other players through the floor, doing it on the fly and just attempting without having that knowledge of how to shoot or to spray, it's more than an uphill battle. It's needing to rappel up a mountain.
We'll say, St. John's, great discipline so far in this round. They're pushing upstairs. They're not just prioritizing like a ranked mentality where you just open up the wall externally. I mean, if you watch Pro League, they very rarely even open up the wall of, what is this called? This is called Snowmobile, because it really doesn't do anything. At most, it cuts the bomb site in half, but a lot of teams are prioritizing for back executes because that is the ideal push, because the defenders have just more ability to hold that bomb site through deployable shields, especially deny every access to that southmost external wall. That being said, St. John's just needs to breach charge above and get that long angle like they just did. At that point, you should be able to remove those K-Claws. You have a lot of access, and you're also starting to see why professional rosters tend to not go to this bomb site, because once you have vertical pressure, you can't really defend it.
It's almost like you have to hold it from above, but the moment you hold it from above and then get a plant and go somewhere where they're safe, it's such a complete mishmash of like what you're able to do. As you see the kills actually go on the side of the defenders, as I believe the attackers just don't have the ability to know how they want to push into the site. They have the wall open. They still have the Aruni Shurya gates in place. They have the means of being able to disable them, and I feel like that was just I do believe that was a Lance that destroyed it. That's painful to hear. Regardless, not over yet. 55 seconds. They've disabled it, but they have to make a good use of the fact that they burned the Shirya gates. Because the pitfall of Shirya gates is the fact they can be reactivated by the players of Southern Mississippi.
Can you use one piece of utility to destroy
Yes.
2 different Aruni gates?
Yes.
Oh.
Flores.
I was asking, yeah, it'd probably have to be a white object like a Flores drone. Well, speaking of shenanigans, the plant's going down, and St. John actually has decent coverage. We enter now into the post plant, and somehow St. John's has been able to get away with murder. But it's just a bolt action sniper rifle, forced to find 3. Don't peek as an individual, peek together as a team. Swing her one by one. What are you doing? The individual gunfights almost fail. Southern
I guess
Mississippi.
it made sense. They just had to delay. How could the Cali have pushed in with a plant in a weird spot like that? I didn't notice. I'm like, I know it's not a garage. Where could they have gone for the plant? It does make sense. The Cali was in inopportune positioning, especially since they just had to delay enough for that 7 seconds. They can't rush in. It was smoked off. I do believe they had very solid coverage going for the defuse.
But the thing is,
Questionable.
1v3,
It's unnecessary risk.
it's like, again, I've been playing nothing but CS:GO. If you have a man advantage with an op in play, the guy who's the last alive with an op, you just overwhelm the guy with the op. All 3 swing simultaneously, and the guy with the op gets 1 kill, and the other 2 shoot back. Because if you have A1Ss or an AK, you just each shoot them once or twice, and then the op falls. Cali sniper rifle, you have to treat the same way. You have to swing all 3 simultaneously because Cali is just not going to land all the shots. That bolt takes a second to cycle, and she has yet to even pull out her secondary pocket F2. So just overwhelm her. Don't even go for the plant, because if she swings in that 1v1, you have your back turned, which Smoke did have his back turned, which is also a no-no.
No.
It's just good discipline. Like, that's the thing. We've been very critical of both teams because they're showing a lack of fundamental and not good discipline.
It comes in due time.
Of course. Like, again, like playing Siege in
Maintain.
a competitive Siege is different than any ranked game most of these players will ever play. I mean, even like comp players struggle in ranked because ranked is just a mentality that is something completely different. And your objective is to win, not showboat, get flashy kills.
I'll have you know though, Chief.
Yeah?
I made some crazy good YouTube videos.
Yeah,
On
and your
PS4.
silver lobbies?
No. One-time diamond.
On PS4?
Yeah.
That doesn't count.
Chief, we don't need to hear about your silver status. It's okay. We all know why you're playing CS:GO. That's
That
all
is
I'm gonna
true.
say. We all know why you're playing CS:GO. You can't do anything on Siege.
That is true,
okay.
man. I've been hard stuck plat 1 my entire career. I've never hit diamond on PC, bro. I've been stuck there for my 3 years on PC, man. So that's why I've gotten to CS.
I'll admit it. I was carried. It's okay. I was carried. Hard support. That's all I'm gonna say. I was hard support. I did my job.
Some say that I'm carried. I'm not. I'm just the best nomad main who have ever touched this game.
Your reaction time is just too slow for Rainbow Six. Speaking of reaction time, not much reaction going on in this round. Nothing at all. We have a player pinched. Haven't had to move. Nice little stalemate. Quick reminder, attackers, it's still your move. And if you don't move, that stalemate's going to be ended by that horrible thing called the clock.
Wow.
However, they will break it. Unstoppable, taking out Mello as he's starting to push towards Library. He wants to take out this Aruni as fast as possible because she's just dying absolutely everything. How are you allowing this to happen? Joint push now coming in. She'll find one, and that is the absolute best circumstance. Meanwhile, Platoon will find one from above. And there they have the vertical control with a minute 15, but they're at 3-3 situation. They have utility. Question will push. Good time delay. Interested to see how this will work out.
I'm going to be honest. Thinks that was an incredible execute from St. John's.
It was.
Their coordination upstairs through the double stun grenade, followed by immediately the impact grenade. I mean, the second stun wasn't needed, but I'm not going to fault them for that. Honestly, it was good use of that utility just to confirm that there was no more ADSs, which are currently banned, so my pancakes behind that shield. And then their push from above, that pinch, was incredible. And their good execute is still snowballing things. The pressure they have, and in particular Unstoppable, has now put Southern Mississippi in an unwinnable position as it's the 4K from Unstoppable. Beautiful attack. We've only seen really 2 solid attacks. Southern Mississippi had it on Cash CCTV on Clubhouse, and St. John's going to get that right here in round 4.
Chief, you have a very good point. That was a very solidified clear.
It was purposeful.
This entire time, it was, and I'm trying to think of how else they could have done it, besides just going another way, which is probably what I would have done. But you need to take control of that. So waiting that extra bit of time, getting the information elsewhere, setting up drones, that is something I would be very, very proud of on the side of St. John's.
So
and,
to answer your question,
yes,
there are more efficient ways of doing
right.
it. It would be the highway window flashbang and util clear that way because you're less exposed. But honestly, St. John's demonstrated a phenomenal understanding of how to deal with that deployable shield from the face check, and I can't be too critical. Again, there are pros and cons to the piano swing, which St. John's elected for compared to highway, and it depends. It just comes down to how well you can cover your teammates. Some would like to argue that the highway window leaves you too vulnerable, but if you have map control, I don't think that's a viable argument at all. Again, I just want to say St. John's, wonderful understanding. Again, there were ways that they could have else executed, maybe even better, but honestly, when you're at this level of a collegiate team and you demonstrate an attack like that, I mean, that's just something we have to commend.
Now that we're done praising both these teams for the time being, we have another action phase to talk about. There are only 2 rounds remaining in the half. On the side of St. John's, attacking side has almost always been favored on the side of Chalet, so they at least need to win one of these. A 4-2 split for them going into the defensive end is not going to be optimal, to say the least. Now, starting to push, quite similar to the way they did before, looking to clear out this library. The Aruni of German is not going to be situated in the corner, and they should be able to figure that out quite quickly from their droning. I will say, as much as I love that we have these players on their drone, that's 4 players on their drone. Unstoppable being the only other player. And now, with all the information they're gathering, when their drones get inevitably shot, well, never mind in that scenario, but they're not able to act on that information. One way to work around that is Unstoppable. He's going for a solo clear all the way in through kitchen. He has the information, waiting for the player to rotate back up. Mello, all he has to do is play it safe. Good timing on him. He has the ability to go back to site, and he better take it because there's no use in trying to control that side of the map any longer.
Going back to the Akron game yesterday, it was 2 members of Akron who were running double LMG.
God, just marry them already. Just marry them.
All right, bet. I'm Matt. Hit me up, dog. You know where to find me. JetCon 2. No, they're just, again, they're litmus test for Siege, but they were running so many LMGs that they're just pre-firing everything. I mean, Unstoppable has kind of been doing that as well today, and it's been quite impressive to the roster of Southern Mississippi, especially since their whole hold attempting downstairs and kitchen has been broken down by Unstoppable. I mean, Southern Mississippi has to find something this round to deny that plan. It's going to come through not just self-denial, but it's going to have to be kind of really aggressive tosses, and I'm very concerned. I don't know if they can pull it off.
I'm interested. Util dump is coming out. Pikun having to detonate another one of his toxic canisters, but he is completely pressured. And unlike his ability to be able to take those individual gunfights prior, Unstoppable will shut him down almost immediately after. Very pleasant change from the last time we saw St. John's going for this attack. Warlord also been able to take out German, now left up to Jack and Mello. They have a lot of work ahead of them, but they only have to deny for 30 seconds, meaning it's all going to happen very, very fast, as the plan will even be attempted now. Warlord situated in a good spot. Piano corridor. He has the power position as Jack tries to peek out, easily winning out that gunfight by snagging the head. Now left up to Mello. We've seen him gun before. He'll be able to shut down Warlord, although he has to find Unstoppable. Warlord is still at large, and he may be the next one he has to take out, and Mello will successfully complete that task. 3 more to go. Long angles now being held in the form of Cali, Thermite, and Nomad, all with amplified scopes of 2.5 or higher. This is a triple task, 20 seconds, but he needs 7 seconds to defuse. Mello, all out of time, is unable to complete the daunting task of finding 5. Perhaps he'll be able to find another one to his name. Swinging out, not able to find the Nomad. Swinging out, bit of potato. He'll find it though. Good push from St. John's. Very pleased with the change that we saw compared to the first round.
Nomad needs to run muzzle break. What the muzzle brake does is it reduces the gap between the first, second, and third bullets fired. So the ARX has a really unique fire rate where that first and second bullet has a huge climb and third climbs as well. Then everything after that is pretty much linear and it's pretty much zero recoil. So muzzle brake reduces that, and if you're running a flash hider, I mean, there's just no point because the gun's a laser. So run muzzle brake, my friend, and you'll be able to not potato like that. Honestly, there's been a couple guns that muzzle brake is really crispy on. The F2 is great too because it has the ARX couple jump shot. Anyways, I digress. That was a great round from St. John's once again. They're finding the opening kill, but my sneaking suspicion is it's Unstoppable finding the kills and Unstoppable being the real asset this round because it's them just taking these aggro gunfights, and from there, it's St. John's just planting the bomb. I don't know how sustainable that is because on Clubhouse we didn't see Unstoppable at all. He was a substitute earlier, so I'm still concerned that St. John's is going to start to make mistakes if Unstoppable is dead.
10 seconds left.
Alright. He does seem like he's been the glue for them. Final round on attack.
Attackers are moving out.
They need this one. I can't see them being able to prevail as heroically on defense because it will be Southern Mississippi who's more in the driver's seat. But then again, we haven't really been able to see Southern Mississippi attack that much. Because if you remember, we were almost shut down immediately after the switch. So it's a peculiar situation. They can notice the utility. What? Did that?
What?
What?
That's ridiculous.
No.
Dude, St. John's just cashed in their stimulus check from Lord to Chalk with that one. Jesus.
I was just about to make a point. I am so glad I digressed right when I did. That would have been horrible, but in case you're wondering, that should not have happened. That's one of the biggest blunders I've seen all day on the side of Southern Mississippi. Don't place the Kate Claw. But like, the Kate Claw looked far enough away.
No, it did not. I think it could go
I didn't see where
about
it went.
a foot further back, a foot towards the north. I think it's still been able to get both panels. Again, ideal K-Claw placement is somewhere in the middle of that floor because that floor is hard, so you can't destroy it from above, but you also kind of have to lay it flat so it doesn't get destroyed vertically. Unstoppable is just a lunatic as they just continue to take these gunfights against Southern Mississippi, and Southern Mississippi just crumbles. I mean, it is one-man army Unstoppable with the past 4-round opening kills. I mean, he is going nuclear, and I have a suspicion that Unstoppable is just going to come from behind. I mean, it'll start looking like it.
2 huge kills from Pitcoon and Reza could.
Why are you nitroing that?
You should not be nitroing. Throwing a lot of utility at Unstoppable. That won't stop the Madman, however. He still has 91 bullets left in his LGE. You're hurting yourself, but that's okay. 3v3 will be down by the Cali Lance and able to escape to the confines of the team. However, Unstoppable will be able to find yet again another player. Looking for the ace won't be a possibility, as the down player will be confirmed from the Cali, since Unstoppable already found every single player. Might I add, that was a solo push coming from the garage. So once again, proving to your point, Chief, St. John's, all they have to do is distract the defenders when they were on defense of Southern Mississippi enough that Unstoppable can just do his entire thing from behind them. It's a scary concept, to say the least.
It's just, honestly, dumb plays that St. John is committing, and they're getting away with it. I mean, there's just no reality that Unstoppable is allowed to do that multiple rounds in a row. I mean, at a certain point, you'd think that Southern Mississippi would start to catch on that it is a solo aggro play, and you should be able to punish that without information as well, or solo drone information of Unstoppable droning themselves in. That is just not an acceptable gunfight to lose, Southern Mississippi. And you look dominant on your defense of Clubhouse. Now St. John's looks better on their offensive stint here on Chalet. And it's starting to look like Oregon, map number 3, may be confirmed. Southern Mississippi now moving over to their attacking stint Now, to be fair, in professional play, this map is attacker-sided. And we'll have to see if that's something that Southern Mississippi is going to have to deal with. Again, we didn't see much of them on their attacking stint. They had some great attacks, and we'll have to see how the cookie crumbles.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Action phase, once again, breaking apart. All the players of St. John's having a little bit of a huddle. Winged, not included, unfortunately. Don't worry. Maestro, I know. You're big, you're heavy. You can't always make it to the team breaks. Interesting pick. Flores Jackal. We've seen them work together multiple times before, but almost every single time you either see one or the other. You don't really see that more crutch. And they are using the Flores as more of a Thatcher or Maverick figure, since they are both once again banned, causing for an interesting dynamic. But they're making work of it. They have the ability to get onto site. Mellow looking to come from down below. This is where it all comes down to. Are they able to clear out Warlord down below, as well as get their push towards site? Are they able to drone out the way they need to? Shots will shine out. No one can be able to take any consequence for their actions of peeking. Now Mellow need to push up. They need to push together and give a joined front on Warlord. Otherwise, he'll be able to swing back and forth to find them. Stun will not be successful. Warlord is able to rotate out. And with a minute 50, opportunity missed for Southern Mississippi.
Pinch. Push together as a team. To steal the words out of your mouth, a missed opportunity. Warlord should be dead. Why didn't Mellow spray through the wall? Why didn't Utility get committed? Why wasn't a nade, stun lock, more drones, anything? Push together as a team. I respect and accept that solar takes are the new age meta. However, they're very difficult to pull off, and they require a lot of team coordination. And Southern Mississippi, to be blunt, has not demonstrated me a strong understanding of team coordination. You do need that highway window execute and that pressure, but you shouldn't be having your Jackal there at this stage of that round, because he's too vulnerable to library, and you have yet to drone at library. I mean, he loses the gunfight to upstairs bathroom, so again, it's kind of an irrelevant point, but it is very simple mistakes that Southern Mississippi are committing, and why I mention that is they're mistakes that they can correct. Okay, Warlord, don't take that gunfight. That was dumb.
I'm questioning it. I'm questioning it so very much. Unable to find a nade! Oh, the team kill still comes out. Mellow! What happened? Oh my goodness. That is a critical blunder. St. John's almost able to guarantee this round now as they have to push in. Triple kill for Unstoppable. Mellow gonna find his third for the round. However, smoked out, make that a fourth for Mellow. He now has no time. The toxic babes are detonated. He breathes any of that in. He is a goner. Unfortunately, he'll be capped out as 4 as the top. It's 0. Defenders take it. St. John's on the back of Unstoppable will be able to scratch away yet another round as they go hurtling towards match point.
Southern Mississippi needs to drone better. They need to push together, and my suspicion is somebody has not stepped up for Southern Mississippi to really...
Oh, we're allowed timeouts. We're allowed timeouts?
I mean, it's a good use of the timeout. Because Southern Mississippi needs to talk amongst themselves, right? The thing with Southern Mississippi is nobody is least demonstrating to me that they have a fundamental understanding of Chalet, a fundamental understanding of how to execute on Chalet and play together as a team. Because when you have Warlord, he's dead. There's just no way around it. A competent roster is going to just eviscerate Warlord. But nobody from Southern Mississippi at all makes the initiative to play together as a team, push, swing. I mean, why not relegate all 5 of your attacking roster to deal with it? I mean, you have to have the 2 droners and then the pressure. And Southern Mississippi is honestly playing scared.
We talked about in the first game. Proactive rather than reactive, right, Chief?
Yep.
We can't. You can see how we disagree as lifeguards, as like we think one place is better, one place isn't.
Well, Southern California is better. I mean, be fair though. You're talking about your instructing. I mean, again, like the only thing that I ever know how to.
It's a fundamental, though. It's a fundamental.
It is. It really is. I mean, let's go back to like racing cars, right? Lewis Hamilton is the best driver in the world, not because he has good reactions. He does. He is never reacting. I promise you. Lewis Hamilton is predicting what his car is doing. If oversteer is taking place and you see fast, big hands, which means large movements of the wheel, he isn't reacting. He's already predicted that reaction. You could tell by the way the tires are adhering through slip angle, and then we're going to get to some complicated stuff. But we'll end it there. Like, you can tell what the car is doing before the car is doing. And Lewis Hamilton has impeccable predictions. I mean, Lewis Hamilton is one with a car. And it's unfortunate that we'll see lower level teams not understand that.
We're doing a ready check. We're going to get back into this game as soon as possible. In case you're wondering, this is week 6 of NECC. So we are getting into the thick of things. As in, every single game does matter, and it's only getting to be that much more important. Where each of these teams need to quickly identify their faults and correct them before it's too late. Chalet, as we talked about earlier, is one of the most interesting maps to talk about when looking at the different caliber of teams because it's new. There's nothing for teams to go off of. These lower caliber teams don't understand how exactly they can play against their opponents, how to predict their opponents, and it causes for a shift in meta. We can't predict. Us as casters, we're normally able to predict the meta, give a valid opinion even to what could happen. We're just unable to do that. But nevertheless, I digress.
I mean, the thing is, Binks, like, I think maybe we're coming into this with expecting the teams to have a certain fundamental understanding of the game. And to be fair, both rosters, St. John's more on Clubhouse and now Southern Mississippi on Chalet, are just not demonstrating a high competency of core fundamentals. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like, it's collegiate esports. Collegiate esports is designed to give players an opportunity to have fun playing Rainbow Six. And there are some universities that take it more serious. I mean, there's some universities like, again, NC State, Akron, Purdue, that are actively recruiting to bring high-level players in because there's a reason why they're earning almost $70K worth of prize money, because they're high-level players. And there are other teams, and I would kind of predict Southern Mississippi and St. John's, being some of them, they're here to have fun. And it's important to realize that if you're not having fun playing Siege, or any video game for that matter, there's just no point in ever playing, right? Like, and I truly hope, even if or when one of our rosters lose today, if they had fun the entire day, that's a win in my book.
A laugh, it goes a long way, especially in Siege. And it comes down to mentality. If you're playing Siege and you're constantly getting angry, getting mad at yourself, gotta take a break, man. Take it from some of us who've been playing this game for me since launch, actually beta, and you got to pace yourself. You got to understand when you got to take a step back and understand what the scope of the game is. Now, it looks like both these teams, they've had their moments to shine. With the current state, unless that timeout really did wonders for Southern Mississippi, we could be going to our final map of Borgen, which could be very interesting to see how these teams will be able to react. Unstoppable, not actually able to see the head, will get lit up. You just below, I want to say around 75 health. You'll rotate back, play it a lot safer, because in case you forgot, the site is downstairs as Batoon is only opening up master office. They have a lot of rotating and a lot to clear with not too much time, and it looks like we could be seeing the same faults before, as it's going to be a crunch onto site. And when you give them a funnel, a flurry, all you got to do is deny that with a good placed nitro or smoke canister.
The thing is, pushing above is the right call from Southern Mississippi. This is a good read from them, but it needs to take place almost 90 seconds beforehand. We should not have map control above with sub 60 seconds and not be able to leverage that vertical pressure, because that exothermic charge has now been wasted. I mean, Southern Mississippi is about to feel the pinch, and their vertical pressure is not doing much. And I have a suspicion that the vertical is designed to remove the util off the wall, not to pressure the defenders in sight, and that's a missed opportunity of utility, because the whole purpose of the vertical extension into Master is to make sure the defenders do not have the option of maneuvering comfortably in that bomb site. Exothermic charge now detonates, and time continues to dwindle. But there are smoke grenades on the side of Southern Mississippi. This might be their dividend machine, but the flanking from behind, it's equal trades back and forth, but St. John's edge themselves out just slightly. That's a full send from above. The hard carry, unstoppable. Now DBNO. Southern Mississippi, they need to go for the plant. There's 2 seconds left. The diffuser going down. Where's the crash from St. John's? It's yet to take place. It's the SMG-11, almost whiffing, but finally the shots come through. A roller coaster in the end there, Binks. But in the end, St. John's prevails.
An absolute flurry. We saw the smokes come out of all different varieties, and very big place from St. John's. Just being able to deny that diffuser. I got very scared the moment that I saw where that plant was going down. With that, you don't have the cover. When you plant the diffuser, on point, your head isn't at crouching level. It goes down lower. So it means that you're able to really hide behind anything like that dining room table, hide in a bush, hide anywhere really. I understand they were very short on time. It's a lot of commotion, and those are the rounds where you feel it in your gut, where you're like, I can't take my hand off this key. I need to hold this down. This plant is absolutely crucial. There's no more time, and that's what hurts the most. Now, Southern Mississippi, they're gonna have to win 4 in a row if they're gonna even bring this one to overtime. St. John's did a phenomenal job that round of just going for the time denial. Smoke canisters could have been a little bit better placed, but hey, he was smoked off. The Thermite did a phenomenal job. It was a that round felt like a chessboard, if I'm being honest, Chief, and that was very, very high caliber, and I enjoyed that.
I mean, the thing is, Southern Mississippi's attack on paper is sound, right? Like, they made the right call clearing above, but they do nothing with the pressure. Like, the pressure upstairs was meaningless. It takes them over 90 seconds to get the control upstairs, and the vertical pressure starts at 45. I mean, hate to be blunt, but you're just not winning that round like that. And brilliant on Southern Mississippi to at least equalize to a 2v2 with 10 seconds remaining. I mean, that was great gunplay on the side of Southern Mississippi, but it was meaningless because they wasted all the time upstairs. And that's the thing, is like, we're not trying to demean the members of Southern Mississippi. It's my job as an analyst to be blunt and straight up with you. And the attack left a lot to be desired. And that has been their motif through most of their attacks, as well as defenses here on Chalet. Yeah, Chalet is a very difficult map to play.
Oh, that's huge.
Yeah, it's a beautiful pick, because the hard carry is dead, and Warlord is dead as well.
We talked about the over-aggression from Southern Mississippi last game. That's exactly what we're seeing this time. Havoc being able to fight back, taking out Drummond, but that's unstoppable off the board. He has... Look at the kills. Havoc getting a second kill out of 6 death. Winged 5 and 4. Warlord 6 and 5. Heretic 4 and 4. Unstoppable 15 and 7. While he has died the most, he certainly has had the biggest impact for his team. Whether that was supported, which on the attacking side, I do believe it was, and I think I need to highlight that it's not just him. He had the support of all of his fellow players. But now, I digress. Minute 30, and they have upstairs control. They have the flank watch from the Nomad, and that leaves a lot of opportunity for them now to commit a lot of vertical pressure with a minute remaining onto this site, meaning that St. John's are, to be quite frank, in a really tough spot.
I mean, those were good opening kills. Almost looked like St. John's were kind of ego challenging in that round. It was senseless gunfights, especially Unstoppable, who maybe a little bit too brazen. Oh, Mel!
What?
Havoc, good night. And now it's just Heretic.
What?
Left.
What?
1v3, full utility. And this was the round that we needed from Southern University. No fear, take your gunfights, and just make plays. Stop sprinting, Heretic. That's not how you win a 1v3. That is the worst option, actually, in the 1v3. Use your utility. Pressure. Rotate through stock. Smoke dump. You still got 2 of those bad boys. Sprinting into a hallway ain't it.
Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't.
You're going to have to sell me better than that one, Binks, if you're going to tell me that sprinting in the hallway like that is the play.
Well, I like to break the rules. Like,
you want to be a bad boy?
When I'm not on duty, I love to run on deck. They say don't run on deck.
You bring glass bottles on deck too?
Sometimes, if I'm really feeling it. Like, if I want to get a nice
You do CPR without your mask?
I mean, I'll take off my face mask and then use pocket mask.
Wait. So in the United States, you can't do CPR without, or at least you're not supposed to do CPR without the resuscitation mask.
No, as in like an actual like face mask.
Well, I know that, but you're not going to be giving CPR through a face mask. Like, it's just, you're going to have to use a resuscitation mask.
Actually, I could.
Would you actually?
I bag valve. In case you're wondering, the different methods are you can either pump oxygen, or you can have a bag that you actually squeeze and it'll administer oxygen. You guys are learning so much about first aid, and if you're saying, I didn't watch right,
I require a $100 check before I start.
Oh yeah, I might need to like say I actually have to disclose this. Any information we tell you, we don't mean it unless you guys take it in a course and we're certified teaching you in that course. Any information you hear, if you use it, we are not held responsible. This is just us casually talking. So don't go and pretend you know crap about
first aid. It's a disclaimer
that
that you guys don't read, but we're now giving it to you verbatim and without speeding it up. And you know, when you listen to one of the pharmaceutical commercials, you know, buy this drug and it'll cure you. Yeah. And now
unfortunately, this drug will also be giving you severe diarrhea. Don't look out the window, otherwise your eyes are going to burn like a retina, like Bliss just shone you in the eyes. Don't look into anyone else's room, otherwise you'll have very haunting images. Please take our drug today.
That was incredible. That's a 10 out of 10 joke right there.
I tried to be funny. I didn't know if you're like... See, a lot of you don't have infomercials the way Chief did. He grew up in a very different era. So, he understands it a lot more than you do. Regardless. These players, they're fresh to the scene. They're looking to make a name for themselves. 5v5, 2 minutes, and this is where things start to get a bit spicy. German is in position. Diffuser, and all 4 players on the side of Southern Mississippi have made their way to clear out the Mozzie, it does believe. They have been able to drone out Warlord. He would be a very valuable pick if they are able to take him out uncontested, and that's exactly what Mello will do. Goodbye to Mozzie, relegated to the bench. Now Jack, over on the piano window, is looking for his pick. He wants to further this change, this man count to favor his team, and that's exactly what they're looking to do. They have the pressure. There's no breathing room for St. John's right now, and they've done a phenomenal job as Winged will finally be taken out. Unstoppable will find the headshot as a bit of a refrag. The damage has been done unless they are able to find another one. Southern Mississippi is looking to go for the site finally.
So, St. John's. The window to potentially win this map. A man disadvantage, the milestone is going to be very difficult. Their win condition is still denying that diffuser. And Patoon's position? Well, he is going to be the real linchpin, because if he's able to open up that wall, which I believe the exothermic charge has detonated, that's going to be the avenue to the bomb site. Heretics' swing, and it's not the swing that he wanted, though. He finds it, though, in the end. Utility continues to drop, but that was the last round of smoke toxic gas grenades since Heretic lost his life in that aggro gunfight. The ego bout push once again. Southern Mississippi lost to that engagement earlier, and now the hard carry forced to find 3 kills. Whiffs on the first, outside now, fully detected, and the flick from Mello in return. A roller coaster in the end.
Achilles heel, right there. His one vulnerable spot. Can't shoot them all. And so the Mississippi are now 2 points away from tying this one out. It did not seem too plausible when you saw the 4, but now that's 2 convincing rounds now done and dusted. They're in the books. Master Bedroom will now be able to re-attempted. Although they were already going there previously. I'm concerned, Chief. Southern Mississippi are really showing a good change. And unless St. John's are able to start solidifying their stances, getting those early opening picks, getting refrags when they do get picked off, and I know that's a lot of words in a short amount of time. Long story short, they have to play together and they have to play for the round win together if they want to come out on top of this game.
Be fair, Chalet, in professional play, is attacker-sided. So it is fair to assume that if amateur teams or Legion rosters kind of have like the percolation effect where they just kind of absorb Pro League strats and kind of incorporate them into their own game, we should expect them to emulate some of the win rates of Pro League. With that being said, it seems like St. John's win condition was unstoppable. It has been 4 rounds, and Unstoppable has found 2 kills. And remember, on attack is Unstoppable just kind of chain reacting nuclear level engagements, and something that Southern Mississippi was not prepared for at all.
In case you're wondering what the Cade is doing right now, he's actually doing something quite smart. So we saw the Ash charge from down below. St. John's went for that every single time when they were attacking side. The reason why he's putting 2 down is because he's putting them in positions where it's only going to cover 1 wall. However, you can't shoot it from down below. And that forced the Thermite platoon to put the Thermite charge on the ground last time, which worked out. Not as well as they wanted. But I digress once again because Warlord has changed the pulse and he's going to be going for a C4. Whether or not Melo's able to escape it is up for debate. He will. He'll walk right by. I haven't even heard anyone move past him. Oh, he had it on the other window. That's why. They spotted him out. They know the C4 is there. He knows. They caught him in 4K. The C4 will most likely not come into effect anymore as Melo is going for the clear. Warlord stuck with the UMP. One-time scope, spraying down, able to take him out quite proficiently, not losing any health points in the process. Very solid clear, and Chief, this does look like a potential repeat of what we saw in the previous round.
Vertical pressure still continuing out in Southern Mississippi, now demonstrating a better fundamental understanding of Chalet. They're playing more cohesive. They're playing better as a team now. That vertical pressure, though, won't find the actual charge. They're looking for that Cade Claw. I believe it's actually placed externally on the west side of that wall, which means that if Southern University looks in the right position, they should be able to find it for free. Also, it's placed on the east. I guess that's kind of like a cubby or a little like half wall, and you place that K Claw there, and then it allows it to be in an invulnerable spot. It sounded like a Wamai Pancake actually grabbed the Ash Charge and carried it to the Wamai Pancake. At least it was going in that direction, which is very unfortunate. Unfortunate gunfight for Mello, and the primary entry, also the top frag of Southern Mississippi off the board. Maybe this is now time to lock in map 3.
They have 56 seconds to either deny the plant or get all the kills that they require. Looking out, a huge shot from Drummond. There's the other top frag on the side of St. John's. He's done, dusted. This will prompt the swing from the K. Double kill for Drummond. He's coming huge for this team this round. Havoc now left on the window repel, so defending against the window repel. Jamek also off the board. Now 30 seconds. Plants going down, shots ringing out. The plant will be successful as Havoc's the final defender left. Lit up to a tiny bit. We saw this peak before and how easily cover it was, but it'll be triple kill from Havoc. He just has to find 2 more. Both attackers still at a substantial amount of health. He has to find them before they find him and have any information about his whereabouts. Very smart positioning from Drummond. He has to find the sledge. He won't be able to do so as the tie. 1 round differential is all that separates these teams, and Chief, to be quite frank, overtime once again is looking quite likely.
And this is so darn frustrating, Binks, because Southern Mississippi, to be blunt, had a terrible first few rounds on attack. They looked like a completely different roster. It's annoying how dismal they attacked in round 7 and 8. And then all of a sudden, they're demonstrating a higher level of fundamental understanding. They're playing together as a team. They're participating in util clear. Where was that earlier for them? Why was it absent so early on? Like, that makes it even more frustrating. Like, if it was Southern Mississippi just demonstrating that they didn't understand how to play Chalet and they were making mistakes, fine by me, man. Like, that's one thing. But now they're showing a very high level play and a high level attack. Where was this earlier? Southern Mississippi probably should have ended this series a long time ago, and it should not have been overtime for St. John's for 4 rounds. I guess Southern Mississippi just needed to have their back against the wall and had to perform their lights out to be able to bring this back. And that's not a sustainable strategy, because what happens if Unstoppable goes nuclear?
10 seconds to insertion.
Well, every time I played with a team and we're down, we've had a bad half. This is a lot more relevant in a game such as Valorant, where you have 12 round halves. No matter what the half is, defense or offense, if they can do it, we can do it too. It's one of my favorite things to say. If they can get 6 rounds on one half, we turn everything around, why can't we? And Chief, I know there's so many reasons why, but if you think in the mentality, if you think, oh, they've already won all these, it's over. No, they had a different side. The mentality, the meta has changed. If they can win 4 rounds in one half, why can't we? Why can't we have that same 4-2 split? We'll fix our problems and we will get it done. And that's what I think we've seen come into full effect. Whether or not these teams of Southern Mississippi will be able to either fight their way back, or St. John's will be able to hold strong, that's up for debate. And an interesting reattempt of this strategy will definitely play a big part in that.
So that makes it a 66% win rate for the attackers, and that isn't too far off what we'd expect from professional Siege on this map. It's something very close to that. I'm actually going to pull up the direct stat right now, so I'm not misquoting. So when we're looking at Chalet, it has a 43% win rate for the defense. So not quite that 66%, so we're expecting more of an even trade back and forth between our teams. So there's going to be some rounds where they go 3-3 and some going that 4-2. But for the most part, a 4-2 is very possible. Here's the potential clutch that we're talking about. Melo's going to be one of the opening casualties again. It was great that Southern Mississippi in round 11 was able to rectify that mistake, but once again, Melo, the top performer, no longer here.
Biggest problem, especially in this case, is although you have these smokes, you have these smoke canisters as well. Nade will be cooked, not going to find anything. We don't know if the thermite is actually eating it. He definitely is.
Stick it.
He has it. The defuse will go down. 2 players remaining, going against the 3. Unstoppable still alive, as that's 2 huge kills coming out. They're stuck in this hallway. It's a choke point. They have to hold this down. Herdic gonna push up behind the desk. He'll find one. Derman falling. Reza last now alive. He has to find the Wamai before they stick this defuse, since the wall is not open. The timer is ticking. He has to find one. He'll find it, swinging around. Has to get up the plant. Hill down. Hectic. He only has to find one more. Swinging up. It's with the Italian shotgun. One of the weakest shotguns in the game, and he'll find the kill. Huge kill from Havoc. He'll have more than enough time to get around for that defuse, and that's gonna be St. John's taking it to map 3.
Jesus. What a crazy round, bro. Honestly, if that final DB&O was not griefed, Southern Mississippi wins that round. There's just... Why, Ayana? The dude's DB&O. There's nothing he can contribute. The fact that you took that gunfight lost you literally Chalet, because you had that in the bag. There's no need, again, personal self-discipline. Stop making dumb decisions. Man, Southern Mississippi, you win from me bashing you in rounds 7 and 8 to having one of the greatest comebacks that I've seen in a very long time to losing off a really stupid error. What a way to wrap up Chalet.
Indeed it was. But Chief, St. John's won that. This is a best of 3. We have another map.
You need a green finance account.
I think you do, but I don't. I was able to count to 3 on my own with my hands.
4.
You'll get there eventually. That's the boomer energy. That's what I like to say. Everyone gets a participation award. Regardless, we'll be back very soon with map 3. Don't go anywhere, guys.
chat. I heard it. That is the biggest F I've ever heard. Like, that's worse than the ratio I
There's
dished
no
out earlier in
audio.
Twitch chat.
No. I can't do that again. Is it fixed? Do we know if it's fixed at least?
Well, I mean, if it's fixed, I mean, people are going to be 3 seconds behind. I don't know if we're running a 3 or 5 minute delay, but...
Oh my
That
goodness,
sucks.
that hurts. No. I fully sent it there. I can't do that again. Mello gonna find unstoppable. My emotion is gone. Monotone man is here to save the day. Mello refrag from Warlord. That's a double kill for him. Now pressuring onto the site. Big free fire will actually be the Flores to find the final kill. Oh, I'm ruined. I really sent it with that second intro.
Well, while Binks attempts to fix themselves like a Lego set stomped on, rebuilding themselves back up. St. John's finds the opening kill with the most basic Valcam in existence, and as a Valcam main, I'm very excited to see more dumb YOLO Valcam kills and make them work. Unfortunately, though, Southern Mississippi course correct impeccably after that. An excellent execute through just about every junction available to them, and through their use of utility, particularly nades, they just soften up the bomb site, and they win in spectacular fashion. I mean, St. John's on-site hold left a ton to be desired. It didn't waste time, and it just allowed Southern Mississippi to take these aggro gunfights. Again, Southern Mississippi had this bravado about them on Clubhouse, and they didn't have it about Chalet. My assumptions is Southern Mississippi just wasn't comfortable on Chalet. And like very many collegiate rosters, they probably have a map pool that consists of Clubhouse, Cafe, Borrigan, and Villa, because that's what collegiate teams do.
Attackers are moving to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Oh man. Man, oh man. Chief, I'm not a fan. No, they didn't even hear my rhyming.
Thank God. And again,
Didn't
just a
hear any of
reminder, everyone in, we've corrected the sound bug a long time ago, but when you see a 3-minute delay, it takes 3 minutes. It doesn't happen instantaneously.
Bomb located by
Don't worry, we can restart the stream if you guys really want that. I wouldn't mind another intro, but these teams would be way too annoyed by something like that. So we can't do that. Unstoppable, relatively quiet. He was shut down in the first round. He's only a Rooney this time, and that's someone who you do have the ability to play quite aggressive with. Mello, though, did show up. They were able to get 2 kills before they were taken out, and it was a very convincing start to the game. And the IQ even being taken in this case to try to combat that non-existent Valkyrie. So a bit of a blunder as far as picks go, but quite reasonable in that regard. That entered the final 2 minutes. They have yet to get a pick, and this does seem like it's going to be a bit of a crunch now, as the Ash Charge might be successful, forcing the player into the corner by Electrical creeping up. Both these players still not able to grab a single shot or any bit of health points from their opponent. Oil Shield will finally be dispersed. Jaeger will be the first to take a tiny bit of damage, but now with a minute 30, this does look it's going to be an all-out site rush.
I sure hope to heck we don't see an all-out site rush, because that would just be senseless. We need more map control for Southern Mississippi, or Warlord can just take that gunfight. No realm that should ever work at all. Now, with that being said, an entry for Southern Mississippi. With control of the North Stairs, they actually have a good avenue into this bomb site. They can leverage that for success and allow the player in J Bunker kind of sit there perpetually. The thing is, we do need Southern Mississippi to continue forward with their Fraser execution, and they need to cut this bomb site in half. They're just about to that point, Binks, and now the critical era for Southern Mississippi is to dodge utility when they start to go for their plan. Members of St. John's, though, getting aggro and starting to win these gunfights. Southern Mississippi, you have to go for this trade if you want this round to be won.
They won't be able to watch the angles, however, as that will be the Flores once again coming alive in these dying seconds around, grabbing a second one as this laundry push looks to be successful. And you gotta hit those shots, as Rez is always going to be there to capitalize when you are not able to. And that is a huge second round going the way of the attackers here on Oregon.
That was a good round from Southern Mississippi. To be fair, though, they did drop the ball during the mid portions of that round when the trades were taking place, but I also have to say St. John's got way too tunnel visioned in their trade game. They're way too aggressive, and that's something I've been saying a lot. These teams just take gunfights without thinking about repercussions or the opportunity cost. Let's look at Aruni. Stands in the middle of the bomb site. Her teammates just took gunfights from members of Laundry. Did she expect Southern Mississippi to no longer exist in Laundry? Did she expect them to... I don't know what she was trying to do. Because you could still deny Freezer from a really safe power position tucked in where you see those two washing machines. You had to glitch that, and the attackers could barely see you, especially if you do the vertical head holes correctly. St. John's, just a lackluster performance on defense. And it all starts with a terrible swing from one of the SMG-11 bros, Warlord.
Well, as we look at this setup, I like the allocation of reinforcements. It's an improvement from what we saw in the first game over there. I know you don't need the roam, but Jackal's banned. Meaning that that roam game can be that much more powerful. I understand Jackal's not needed, and you made a very valiant point. But only putting Unstoppable as the sole defender to be off-site just seems like a bit of a misstep, in my opinion, where you could really be abusing that, because now the attackers have full control of the entire map, and that over-aggression was just completely capitalized on. There's a second one from Mello. You can't do that to this man. You push Mello without the proper information, he's going to take your head off. And now you leave your remaining 3 players with 2 minutes and 20 seconds as they get droned out, stuck and unable to properly push up on this, as Mello will find his 3rd for the round, showing that maybe he deserves the name of Unstoppable, as no one's been able to put him down thus far.
Senseless gunfights.
Oh my god.
That round was well-deserved by the Southern Mississippi. And a well-earned timeout from St. John's as well. To be honest, why? St. John's, I think, is too carried away in the success factor of Chalet, particularly the way that Unstoppable played, where he was just so aggressive, and the gunfights he took were senseless, and there was just never really a possibility for Southern Mississippi to win because they just weren't answering that gunfight. And then now Mallow's doing the same thing. St. John's, how have you not realized that aggressive plays are inconsistent and they don't work? Why are these teams making these decisions? I mean, St. John's has forfeited now both of their basement rounds due to aggro gunfights. And if it's because they spawn peek in round 1 with a Valkyrie camera and they taste success there, and they're now trying to replicate that, I mean, that's just bad decisions.
Well, 1 timeout per series, so we are going to be starting, as you guys can see. So both these teams can now use their timeout, meaning that we're not going to have to worry about it anymore. Look at that scoreboard. 3 round wins on attack. Man, oh man, Southern Mississippi is not messing around here on Oregon. And now as we go hurtling back into game, interesting person to talk about. I'm not too concerned about the op selection besides the Caviera.
Which is Cav gets a kill. Or actually an Intero.
Intero? Oh.
Brilliant.
Attackers need
To be
to
fair,
locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
we have seen some incredible Cav plays over the course of a couple games. My favorite is the nuance between Cav and Jackal when Jackal's available and players are silent stepping to not get Jackal tracked. Like, we've seen some really strong roams when that takes place. However, well, not the case because Southern Mississippi has banned Jack. With that being said, if Unstoppable gets his Intero, I just don't see a realm where that takes place because, I mean, where is he going to be roaming? Downstairs in the basement, small tower? I mean, if Southern Mississippi has at all a half-competent attack, they should be able to play together as a roster. Is top white pre-punched and not rotation? Tango, can you show me that, please?
Mango, we're just trying to see if we have Papa White stairs prepped or not. No, I don't think it is. Oh well. We're gonna see if Southern will be able to really make use of that. Unstoppable hiding there does nothing. In case you guys are wondering what I like so much about a Cav pick, it's when they don't know there's a Cav pick. But Unstoppable took it during the reveal phase, so they have every right to believe there's a Cav. Well, that's interesting. Bandit charges will be quickly dispersed with one breaching round from the Ash player. Nothing that any of the defenders will be able to do in that regard. Now with 2 minutes to go, pressure's already on. Flank is not possible because, in case you forgot, that's right, there's a Nomad on the board. And anything Unstoppable, even attempts, will most likely be shut down.
Alright, Cav, where are you at? Are you still roaming? You rotating? I mean, where is she in the first place?
Bottom of, she was in Freezer to start off, and I think she's trying to come up big tower, but here's the Nomads.
I mean, if Southern Mississippi has done their homework, they're just going to set a flank drone, and it's meaningless. Oh my lord. That was Just destroy the deployable shield. You have to do that anyways. Just go for a util dump, and then you get that kill in the end. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, Winged is dead. He's not getting rezzed. You have to destroy the deployable shield, so wait for that to happen. Wow.
Oh!
Wow. Alright. Actually,
I'll
a decent Cav play. That was nice, but to be fair, you would have got that with any other operator in the game, so the Cav...
gonna have to ace.
Cav herself is meaningless. I mean, ace interrogation?
Why is he just leaving it? Why?
No, that's... You can't destroy the deployable shield because of the ADS. Oh, bro. The round just ends.
Why? Why? Tell me why?
This is just nonsensical. The things are taking place just blow my mind.
It's 4-0.
Honestly, we should just dive back to caster camp to just see the pain on my face.
Are we having another staring contest? I think we're having another staring contest. I'm gonna win.
I'm just a broken human being.
It's okay, Chief.
There's just so many...
If any of you have good retirement home recommendations, please put them in the chat. Don't worry, Chief couldn't hear me. He's hard of hearing. Don't tell him.
That's true. It's
a birthday surprise.
The thing is, it's just like when I have boot camped and casted with rosters, the most important thing that I ever do with the team is I ask them why, and I want players to justify their actions. And in anything that you do in life, please ask why. Like, why am I doing this? Or like, if you're doing calculus or you're doing proofs, it's actually the same thing of doing proofs when you're in geometry, right? Geometry forces you, and a proof in particular, forces you to ask why. Why is a triangle, right? And so on and so forth. It forces you to justify your decision-making and your actions to say, this is indeed XYZ. Now, Siege, you have to have the same level of thought process. Why am I doing this? If I'm roaming with Cav, what is my purpose? And again, I want to go back. Low-level players tend to have the mentality that my job as a roamer is to get kills. No, your job as a roamer is to waste time. The kill that Cav got is completely meaningless in this game because she gets a kill and then her teammates are dead on sight. That kill did nothing for the thing. So again, Mello, why is he taking map control? Well, he needs this map control. He needs this execute. To be fair, he doesn't need to be taking that gunfight because he has no information on that. That's just a reaction shot. But again, it's just frustrating decision-making being made by St. John's. The gunfights that they're taking, I would love for them to justify it to me because, for the most part, I just don't see a reason to take that. I would love to know their why did I do this.
There's Mello. Once again, Warlord, you need to hit those shots. What is going on? You give away your position. Mello now knows where you are. Most importantly, he knows where people aren't. By you shooting, he can easily deduct how many places are cleared, but he'll make up for it. Very clean headshot onto Reza. He will be able to now solidify his ability to roam here on the first floor, with now Mello left all alone to disperse or dispatch him. You've got to take him out quite fast because they got to make it down to the bottom floor, which German's already pressuring.
Ion off the board is a critical loss to the offense of Southern Mississippi, gathering information as well as the set of nades and the Con 6. Mello, no information, just walks on up as the exothermic charge detonates a hatch above them. Not quite the most efficient use of utility, but I guess it really doesn't mean all that much in the end. And Johns drops another player. And the TCS G12, a gun that we probably should see more often, a very powerful. And here's where I like the roam. Great use of the roam. It finds a pick from above. And where did Southern Mississippi expect Warlord to go? They never actually committed to joining him out, and they're lucky that Warlord just tunnel visions on that kill. Again, why are we seeing these plays take place? I don't understand why these gunfights are going down. It's the sub of the sub. This is now Shark Bite's first showing of our 3 maps, and they're forced to find 3 kills. Mello continues with the diffuser coverage. And, well, Shark Bite finds a nice endeavor, but still more to go entering into the post plant.
He has 38 seconds to play with. He doesn't know that. But regardless, rotating right into the line of sight of the Nomad. Nice shot here. Exactly what you want to do. You have the crossfire lined up. What more do you want? I think that's a good way to put
ticket
it.
at this point.
You're getting a lottery ticket?
No, that's what they want. That's what
Oh, they want a lottery ticket?
Mm-hmm.
Well, hopefully, they should be over 18 if they're at college or university. They should be over 18 unless they're a late baby.
That's true. You can enter into college at 17, but most don't. I mean, to be fair, it's probably fair to say that these guys are all 18 plus.
Do they have to be? I don't know if that's a rule for the NECC. It might be parental consent.
What?
But
No, I'm just at law of averages. It's fair to say that most of them statistically are above 18.
Yes.
Need to locate and defuse
At least.
as many bombs as they can.
Anyways. Wait. Don't you... It's 18 to buy lottery tickets in the US as well, right?
Correct.
Okay. I just want to confirm. I don't know if you guys are weird.
To be fair, we are weird. I think you guys in the frigid north, as well as all of Europe, have a drinking age at 18 and we at 21. And
Why do you say frigid north?
isn't that
Where
what
I
Canada
am.
is?
No.
Are you
There's so
BC?
many places. No.
Where are you?
I'm in Ontario.
5 seconds
Yeah, same
remaining.
thing.
Yeah. So like it's 18 here, but it's not frigid north. There's so many parts of the US that's colder than when I am. You guys don't realize it. According to your statistics, if when it gets so cold we live in igloos, then like most of the US, like that's bordering Canada, would be living in igloos. Anyways, we're in the desert of Oregon.
Desert of Oregon? The
This map
Pacific
looks
Northwest is all
no,
trees.
it looks like a desert. I don't mention the background because I know it's all trees, but like the playground, it's all dust here.
Have you ever been into a forest? It's super dusty, bro.
Yes, of course I have.
I mean,
Totally.
Canada does have
Bomb has been
forests.
located.
I've seen a forest before.
To be fair, I don't know if I've ever actually seen a forest. I'm from Southern California. I see beach and mountain. Oh, actually, I've driven through the Los Angeles National Forests on my way up north, so I guess I have, but it's pretty much just sad-looking trees because there's just no water, and they're always on fire.
That's highly unfortunate. On a more fortunate topic, all 5 players on each team are still alive with 1:50 to go, and it looks like they are prepping to go for their push on a site. Warlord's about to meet up with Mello unless they see each other first. Completely unexpected. Good swing from Warlord. Mello off the board. He's going 8-3 now. That's pretty huge. Really showing his ability. What?
Hear me out. Southern Mississippi does not need the utility lineup that they're bringing out because they're running an IQ. So why not bring Jackal? Warlord would not be able to do this. I mean, to be fair, we should see Southern Mississippi actually drone and gather intel and information.
Chief.
I mean, props to them for being up 5-0, but they have now misdroned Warlord 2 rounds in a row and have been unable to be punished. Yes.
Take a deep breath. It's okay.
I'm entering into a Shoeberry moment at this point.
I know, it's okay. It's okay. I got it from here. It's okay. You can rest. You can take it easy. You can yell less. Save your brain cells. What the heck happened to IQ scanner? That looks concerning. It's Reza will be able to get another headshot, make that two for Drummond with the weird IQ scanner. Quickly refragged by Havoc. Thank goodness I couldn't look at that thing anymore. And now Havoc looking for more to his name. 3 and 2. Unfortunately, he won't find them, unaware to the repel from the Flores in the window. Warlord looking for one, unable to find it since Reza is there. Okay, we have time now. What happened to IQ scanner?
You mean like the buff to it, where like it sees things and you can
Yes,
see
it tells you the distance, but like distance, and you can ping it.
That was her recent change, man.
But I know, but I didn't see like the actual like retexturing and everything. That looks weird.
We'll play more IQ. I mean, to be fair, there's a reason why IQ isn't actually
why would
played.
I play IQ?
That's actually a great point. IQ is an operator that brings no utility to the table, and there's no point running IQ
Give her
unless you want
nades
to
back.
go Cooper. I don't know if I want that, man.
I don't
That's
either.
goofy.
Exactly.
Just give her,
There's no.
like flashes, and she'll be chilling.
That'd work. Yeah. Hard breach device actually. That would make her very sufficient if she had a secondary hard breach.
So, what? We're running flat charges and then pocket thermites. I'm good for it.
Exactly.
You know, if that actually took place, I could justify bringing her more often.
Exactly. I think it'd be interesting to see how they'll be able to play out.
To be fair,
Maybe
Southern
at dawn.
I'm going to transition because I want to talk about Southern Mississippi's offense quickly.
Yes.
Because for the amount of droning errors that they made, incredible that they're up 6 rounds in attack. Like there was a plethora of mistakes being made. I mean, the fact that we saw Warlord go nuclear multiple times, probably not Warlord. Was it Warlord? Yeah, Warlord on the roam. Yeah, it was Warlord's roam. Was going nuclear multiple times and just never got punished because Southern Mississippi never actually did their due diligence and droned and still won rounds to incredible. And that just came down to members of St. John's overpeaking on the bomb site.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse.
For those of you who think I've never seen nature, apparently, I've had to look at Chief. That's enough nature
What
to get
does
me
that
by.
mean?
I'll chat inference what that means.
What does that
Your
mean?
degree
I'm
in
just going to
finance
ratio you.
doesn't
Plus
mean-
one. Plus one ratio.
It's because you don't know how to follow people. The only reason you have a good ratio is because you ego too many people. And they don't like
Have I
that.
ever egoed?
No one. I tried. Guys. I tried to stick up for myself, guys, and you guys see why.
Pardon me.
What? Chief is nature.
Winged is running Pocket F2. So the TMPS Pocket Submachine Gun with a suppressor. Why?
It's fun. We talked about having a laugh during this game is going to be the most important part. And I think that's exactly what we're hoping to see now with St. John's on the attacking end, Southern Mississippi on the defending end. Although both these teams have been looking to win, at this point, I want to make sure both these teams do have a nice laugh out of this match. They can go reflect, figure out what went wrong, but there's also, for both teams, a lot of things that went right. And that's something that just cannot be disregarded, no matter how much time is left, no matter how many blunders were made.
Bomb located
They
by-
have each shown up to this match in their own regard.
90 seconds left in this round, being Southern Mississippi on their defending stint. They might be winning this third map 7-0. An incredible round for them, and an incredible series for them if they're able to bring this back. On the side of St. John's, they're opening up that South Games wall. That's the avenue to the bomb site, but they're just a bit slow. They constantly are using utility, but none of the smoke grenades on the attacking side. In fact, St. John's has been baiting out the smoke grenades of the defenders. Winged, the legend with the bolt-action sniper rifle, finds the opening kill in this round, pushing in through South Pit. But the diffuser carrier has now lost their lines. It's going to force St. John's to make the rotation back into South Pit. Pardon me, not South Pit, but South Games, to be able to retrieve that. The concerning portion of St. John's offense, though, Binks, is they are all over towards the north. That rotation is going to be costly. It's going to be about 20 seconds. It is going to be the legend from map number 1, Chalet, to make that rotation on over. That's Unstoppable, who's now beginning the plant.
He has the time. He might be able to get it done if it wasn't shut down by Reza, as chat knows him, the absolute GOAT. He will be able to get it done, getting a double kill to his name. Warlord going for the quick refrag, but there just isn't enough time. They had to get this plant because they have no other options. Mello finding one, Pitoon finding it, and that's going to be 7-0 here on Oregon in a huge, flawless victory from Southern Mississippi.
What was this series? Binks? 7-2 forfeit on Club, 5-7 on Chalet, and 7-0 on Oregon?
Yes.
Southern Mississippi is by far the most confusing roster I have ever seen. Because the errors that they were making on Chalet was brutally unacceptable. Because they forgot basic fundamentals in attacking execute, and then they 6-0 on attack of Oregon. And if it's the map that was the problem, that makes me even more angry, because basic fundamentals are viable on all 7 maps. No, I'm actually going to drop that. Basic fundamentals are viable on every single map, including you, Bartlett University, Yacht, and House.
Yes.
It was just a frustrating series. And I know we did not make friends with some of the people on Twitch chat today, but please consider the criticism that we pointed out not to be an attack of your favorite university and the one that you attend, but to be the next building block to make them the next NC State and Akron.
Yes. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going home. I saw another match tonight. Don't go anywhere. NECC will be back in about 20 minutes. See you soon.
Hello, welcome in. I'm We All Could, joined here by my good friend Treasure, and we're going to be casting a good Rainbow Six Siege game for you here on NECC. Got a good matchup here between Buena Vista. I'm hopefully saying that with the right accent. Probably not. I'm going to keep butchering it. And Greenville. So, what are you feeling, Treasure? How you feeling before we jump in?
All right. I'm feeling pumped. Today's a good day. It's been an exciting last week. We've been quite busy here at NECC. I was out at the land this last weekend, which was an absolute phenomenal time. So I'm ready for some Emergence Division gameplay right here. We got a little bit of it before on this last match that you guys may have just been seeing. If you didn't, if you're just tuning in, that was a nice match in the division that we're going to be looking at here. This this one's going to be a little bit more interesting, though. We have two teams who have not been having the best of luck so far in this season. We're into week 6. Both these teams are sitting at that 0-4 match record, but today that's going to change for one of them.
Right. Can't both be at zeros if you're facing each other, right? So, who's going to get their first win, get that confidence boost, and who's going to remain with the donuts moving into the next week? It's week 6. We got 2 more weeks after this. So they still have some chances after this, even if they, do walk away with that donut, whichever one does. So they still have chances, but they're in a tough place. A lot of these teams are new. We had a lot of teams join. I think we doubled the number of teams we had
Oh,
last
yeah,
year,
it's
and so
crazy.
5 divisions of, I believe, the 2 we had last year season. So, it's still finding their place. Where do they belong? And maybe this division is difficult for them. So I understand. Anyway, we're gonna jump into the game. We got 3 maps for you. The first one here is gonna be Villa. Bank. If we get there, we'll find ourselves on Oregon for that decider map. Each team wins a map apiece. Going in, we're going to see Greenville is on that defensive side here on Villa, and this is a map that we've talked about a lot. I do believe it's probably one of the more balanced maps. Sometimes defender sided every once in a while, but really, statistically, I can't really say it's one way or the other. And there's Ace. I imagine Thatcher will follow, or else maybe we'll have a bit of a weird one on our hands.
Oh, yeah, that is always interesting. If that first ban isn't going to be Thatcher, the first ban is going to be from the defense, of course. Well, Buena Vista is going to be starting on attack. They get the luxury of choosing whether they want to use Thatcher for this or if they think he's too much of a danger in that second half. They're going to choose Jacko, which means that they get to use the Thatcher this whole time. If they do, that will mean a lot. It makes it way easier to establish that control into statuary objective on the statuary and trophy site because you won't have to necessarily go below as much. You can just use that EMP grenade that Thatcher brings quite easily from around the corner in master bedroom to open up the wall without really exposing your players. Ace will be off the board though, so they won't have as much luxury on long distance hard breaching for those sorts of walls on the defense. Mira and Valkyrie going off, that's not really surprising. Those operators are constantly banned in the current meta.
So everything looks normal except there's no Thatcher ban. And so that means leaving that Cade open, not such a big deal if you brought the Thatcher. But they're not so far. There's always that 6-pick option, but so far they aren't showing. Oh, well, there we go. Never mind. Switched over to it. We'll see if they 6 away from it. Well, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? With the Cade on the board,
I
though,
would.
you would think that they would stick it.
Yeah, definitely that's going to motivate them to do so. We've got a little bit of that denial of throwables, the Wamai and the Aruni up for the defense. And they're definitely going to be keeping in some drone denial. That's going to be important for making sure that there isn't so much intel, especially towards that late round coming out for the attackers. They'll be a little more forced to rely on their own face or their
Attackers
ability
need
to
to
take out
locate and
those mute
defuse the
jammers
diffuser bomb
before
if they
they get up
can.
to them. We're going to be starting on Aviator in game site for the first one right here. And I think we'll be seeing a pretty stock hold just to get the game started here from the Green defense.
Yeah, nothing surprising. They're going to be playing that Maestro. I like the Evil Eye is being brought. I think he's underutilized sometimes. The only caveat here is that Thatcher is on the board, so that'll affect pretty much everything. Your Midas, your Mutes, Cades, Evil Eyes, like I just mentioned, all of those are fair game. So depending how the attackers can utilize it, they can really clear all of this utility that's being brought. And I guess the bonus for them, at least bringing Romai, is that it could be thrown in places that aren't so known. So at least they can throw it hopefully out of range and a placement where, yeah, the Thatcher would normally hit what an ADS because that doesn't have the greatest range, and those placements are pretty known nowadays. And that's an interesting call. I think it's kind of stuck. I don't think he can get it back.
Yeah, well, it will do its job up there. It is shootable. Unfortunately, going back to the attack, you're saying that with the Thatchers, they'd have an easy way of shutting down a lot of utility from the defense. They don't have any explosives, though, if you'll notice, not too much soft breaching either. They'll be really reliant on Archangel on the buck to go below and sort of take out some things. He's going to be pushing separately, drawing himself in over here by Laundry, trying to make that separate push, which is going to be a little bit of an interesting play with the rest of his team, heavily pushing south side.
I'm not gonna be mean here. I'm just gonna be honest with what we're seeing, and this is not the highest ranked. So if people are watching this who play Siege a lot and they're wondering what's going on with these lineups to a certain degree, it's gonna be kind of like that. We just got to watch and see what improvements we can see from these teams. But a main thing that I'm watching and thinking about is like that Dokkaebi, like okay, is almost never brought right. She just doesn't have a whole lot of utility. It's a niche pick, and her phone calls, I guess, could work, but with those meat jammers in play, unless you're timing them perfectly with the Thatcher grenades, it's not going to do that all that much for you. We are going to see there pushing in though from the kitchen area through the laundry, and so that's going to allow them to push up red uncontested. And we already see Archangel is here, so already having some lines into the bomb site. If they just turn, no one is roaming, so they're only going to be trying to anchor in sight.
Yeah, this objective is partial to some roam presence. It really will stop that flanking from coming off right off the bat. Archangel obviously putting some pressure up here on the top of red stairs. Oh, he's going to see another player, and Chill Doctor does get the kill peeking out there, and actually finding a little bit more of that roam presence that we get as we get into the mid round. He's going to be staying right there, though, and Amtro has the intel to get the refrag, and that's going to be nice, clean pickup for the attackers. They're evened up on man count. Going down as Kowalski is looking for a brilliant kill outside, but just does not get it because F21 Cheesy is already ready for it. That's beautiful. Cap Sweatpants might be savable as well. Unfortunately, his retro oh, downed himself now, right back in exchange. That KV cam is going to help to at least get some intel on where that cam's coming from, and watching is going to stop Maestro from opening him up, but Serenity Pants has a chokehold on these players. They're both at such low HP.
Well, you're right. They have Thatcher grenades, so just throw one at the side of the wall. You don't have to throw it. I know the hatch is open. You can just throw it to the right. The radius is big enough. You can, Thatcher grenade it, EMP it, just open it up, and then shoot it. Pushing into sight, it looks like Amtro is not aware of the man behind the bar. That's going to be Ricky. He's going to take him out. So that's an easy kill there, but it is still 2v3 for these defenders, so they have to lock it down a little bit longer. They're just going to feed Sir Iron Pants, but they're getting the plant down. The air jab's actually going to stop him, so this will be a completed plant. Now it's a post-plant situation and a 1v1 as there is the trade back and forth, and so it's all going to be on the back of Ricky Ticky to just try and get this defused and stop this plant from being successful, but he has to win the one-on-one engagement. He will, and now he can get that defused, and that's going to be a defensive round in the books. First round going to Greenville.
Yeah, that a couple things they're pushing into bar and games room right there. That's usually an angle. It's a really strong angle to be watching, but you just can't make the site push from there. That's what you're going to use to lock up those rotations and make it easier for that plant to go down. The plant was phenomenally executed, apart from that smoke just being a little bit close. It would have allowed Nomad to keep Thermite alive, and Cap Sweatpants didn't need to die up there to a close smoke. But otherwise, a really great way of confirming that the plant's going down. But Ricky Ticky just kind of on a tear there.
Yeah, playing behind bar, shuts down to push in through classical, rotates over. Plant's already down, but it's a 2v2. Him and his buddy helping to get a trade at least to bring it to the 1v1, and he's able to clutch out from there. So really good job not panicking in that situation, able to be calm, knowing the angle it's probably being held. I just nothing really too critical to give them. They played it well considering a Thatcher's on the board. Now on the attack, there's a lot of blunders, right? Those EMPs were just not really utilized, even though you had it in hand. I don't even know how the Thatcher got down in the first place, but it was also interesting with the Thatcher down that they didn't kill him with the Evil Eye when they seemed to have the chance there. But I guess that couch was kind of in the way of it. Either way, a few fumbles here and there makes it more entertaining.
Well, some interesting things going into this round, though. We're seeing a little bit of a lineup change. Kowalski here on the Jaeger instead of the Wamai being brought. The Legion for a little bit more intel off-site. And a really interesting one is Hake Chef on the Caviera. And that's an uncommon pick, typically considered very off-meta. She doesn't bring much utility on her own. She's very reliant on getting some kills. So that'll be a little point of interest to watch there. Already going pretty far off site in order to just set up for the early round, which is where she's really going to make her mark right there. On the attack, bringing a little bit more soft destruction is Retro going for that Ash.
Interesting that the name is Hokage Chef. You know, it's like a Naruto
Yeah,
theme
see,
mixed with chef. Like, what does that even mean? Like
yeah,
the
see, I'm
leader
not
of
sure about that
chefs?
either because I've seen the name and every time I'd read it as Hokage Chef, but it looks like the pronunciation is set up as Hokage Chef. So I'm curious about that one. I don't know. Maybe we're a
A
little bit
weeb.
too
Even got it.
yeah, we're a little
Yeah,
bit too weeb for this one, but
caught me off guard.
I
Oh
know,
well.
me too. I was thinking about that.
I mean, I could make a lot of references to Archangel. That's from Mass Effect. Yeah, too.
Oh no.
Well, speaking of, that's going to be the calf off the board by Archangel. None other than the two players we were talking about, ironically. I was also going to ask Irony Pants. Is that like irony or is it like iron, like E, like a metal-y pants?
It's like, is it ironic that no one will actually be able to reach that Maestro's pants? He's like ironclad from the bottom down. You just can't get the headshot on him. That'll be his downfall there. Oh no, the Cav was gonna. That's a terrible thing to be a Cavieta and have to deal with an audio bug. Like the one character is just so reliant on the audio for hunting right there. So he's gonna leave. He'll be right back in just a moment for the next round. Shouldn't be too much of a concern, but the defense is going to be a little bit hurt here. They're holding their ground up here by Statuary Chill. Doctor, watch a nice angle into Master Bedroom where the main assault is coming from. They do have the Thatcher once again. This is one of these objectives that we said would be really greatly aided by those EMP charges. There's one going out right now. It's going to stop that Maestro cam from being deployed. It's going to unelectrify the wall from those Kite charges. Cap Sweatpants doing a lot of work right now, blowing up that Maestro cam and the wall.
Yeah, great job. I was like thinking in my mind, please turn around and shoot that. Please. Your gun barrel's sticking out, my buddy.
Oh, no!
And he didn't see it at first, but he does find the kill eventually. Ricky Ticky, in the meantime, did get a kill. And that person he just killed, Irony Pants, did actually find a kill in that meantime. So that was a little bit of a trade. He just couldn't see the player behind him. I think he shot someone pushing down the hall. Ricky Ticky going to find another kill. Now that's Archangel shut down in that corridor. We had just seen him playing in the landing. Now he's going to be down, though. I believe he's over in Astro. So it is a 2v2 with Ricky Ticky going to be down there behind the desk. Gets the wall bang through the desk as well to get the kill and the finish. So 2v2 situation, 30 seconds remaining. It's Retro. It's going to be trying to move in through the breach. He's got to be aware, though. Is Chill Doctor in this corner? Like, does he know that both players are going to be pushing in together? The shot's being whipped, though, unfortunately, as Retro gets that kill on the Chill Doctor. Now, they have the man coverage for the cover as the plant goes down, but the push in unwisely to Trophy costs him his life, and the plant is being stuck, though, so the 1v1 situation has to be held onto, and it will be. F21 Cheesy's going to clutch up and give us an even round count.
Unfortunately, Kowalski was just a little bit too late getting up there on that flank, playing for most of the round on the first floor and coming up to try and bolster the defense up there, but there just wasn't anyone left to play off of by that time. And there's a really nice pinched attack right through the breach from both of our attackers once we hit that 2v2 situation. And a nice, hard to deny point right there.
I was just getting reminiscent thoughts of Kickstar, you know, recently passed. Like, why are you sprinting bio? It's like, why are you sprinting into Trophy in that situation, though? Like, what is the point? We finally
Yeah,
get the
you just
pause
gotta be
call,
careful.
though,
Make sure
so
your gun's up.
we are gonna wait for that player to come back. So I was waiting for it. We weren't sure if they needed it, what they were thinking. They did eventually call it. So at least we have a pause here momentarily. Is there anything you want to break down about that past round?
I really do want to bring attention back to that Thatcher being utilized a lot better that round. That's exactly what you want to see right there. They just need to speed up the push a little bit. When you know you've got the Thatcher, you don't have to take too much time to make sure that Master Bedroom's going to be secured. You can just drone through there real quickly, make sure there's no one in those corners throughout Master Bedroom and the closet and bathroom. That way you're not getting killed from anyone in behind, like hiding with a shotgun or something. Um, Once you have that, you can run in with the Thatcher, throw that. Captain Sweatpants can just run up on the wall, and then you stick someone in the bed or in the bathroom in order to watch into astronomy. That's where they got the kill on Ricky Ticky, I believe, behind the desk. That's a great line of sight that adds a lot of pressure. Maybe even putting someone up on astronomy window, and then you're able to get that push as well into statuary room from that door. Most of these things did end up happening from the attack there, and I think that's what really lent to it being a strong push overall.
I think we might have a full rehost. We're having some connection issues, so we'd have to reset up the lobby for them. One round apiece. Unfortunate. Um,
All right.
you know, I thought we were past the days of the reconnect being
Yeah, it's been
an
a while.
issue.
It's
But
looking back again. This is another little siege in retrospect moment. Getting a little rehost for old time's sake. Sitting on 1-1. I always like round two or the beginning of round three as a moment to sort of look at what is going to be coming for the match. I think it tells a lot about how it goes. And 1-1 is my by far favorite thing to see out of two rounds because typically it means you have a lot more of a series on your hands. And it's not going to, it's not predicting the future or anything, but it's a nice indicator. It's sort of like seeing who gets the first pick in a round. And a lot of times the round is going to go to the team that is able to successfully get a pick, especially if it's not a refrag situation.
well, we were talking before the cast too, and we're like, hey, these teams, excuse me, they have the same record. That they're both kind of, having a rough go of it. But that also means that the chances they have very similar skill levels is actually pretty good. So this actually might be one of the closer matchups for them. One team was averaging, I think, 2 rounds per map on their losses, so that's not a great place to be. But the other one wasn't that much different. So looking at them, it's like, okay, so at least this is actually more fair competition for them. And again, we had a lot of new teams, so we weren't able to get the divisions properly like figured out wholly. That would still a process.
Yeah, yeah, those
So
qualifier rounds can only give you like, so much data to work off
right,
of,
we
right?
got oh yeah, we got two matches really. I think is what it was. Maybe four, like two, and then two. It's been a while. I'm old, so my boomer brain can't hold the
The
memories for very long.
memory.
Yeah. I've low amounts of RAM, so the amount of things I can process at the same time isn't high.
Just starts throwing away information. It's like, we'll figure it out if we need it. But yeah, those qualifier rounds they'll only give you so much information, especially with a huge influx of all of these new rosters across the board. I know I've seen quite a few teams that have just ended up in a situation where maybe it's a little rough in that specific division, or maybe they have a really great time in that division because maybe they didn't quite end up in the one that's totally for them. Either way, I like how it's looking so far. I mean, some people might like look at that record going into it, both these teams and go, okay, it might be like a bit of a noodle fight. To be frank, but that's not what we're seeing right now. They're both showing skill and the ability to look what the other team is doing and adapt to it.
Yeah, sorry. I was distracted telling him what the bands were for the ops because I was trying to remember myself. It was like Ace and Jackal because there's no Thatcher band, which
Yeah,
is
that was an
weird.
interesting one.
And we had the Mira and the Valk, which are more normal. So at least it wasn't like completely trying to remember the most random things in the world. Oh, yeah, there was like a Ying band and a Knock band. Imagine trying to remember that.
Dude, imagine the Nook ban.
Uh, yeah, well, it's to play. People don't understand. Nox OP brings grenades, can silent walk. She's Cav on attack. Got to utilize her.
Yeah, I mean the grenades are great, and I mean that's a key thing there. And we weren't seeing too many grenades. That's something that we noted right off the bat. That's the one of the downsides to having Buck as opposed to Sledge. They took away Buck's frag grenades quite a while ago, and frag grenades aren't like exactly what they seem like on the box. Yeah, you can throw them and get those kills, but it's gonna be a lot easier getting them from below. It takes a lot of coordination and specific drone work from you're supporting players there, so it's going to be more focused on removing that utility. That's another thing that's really useful on Trophy Room, especially if you're doing some more vertical pressure, getting a player underneath the site, and if there's more shields being played, which we haven't seen much of in these first two rounds from the Greenville defense, then it'll be nice for picking those up.
Yeah, I'm hoping we can get back in here soon, but I mean, I just do want to break down again. Both rounds came down to a 1v1, technically speaking, right?
Yeah,
And it was really 2v2s at different points as well. So,
plant down both rounds as well.
exactly. So, playing objective, playing the 1v1s, trying to get it close, trying to clutch up. One round, they're able to clutch the 1v1 in a post plant, and then the other one, they're able to hold on to the plant and win that post plant as the attackers. So I mean that's kind of what you like to see for a competition. At least this is, as we mentioned, this is shaping out to be what we kind of expected. So I think for the remainder of the map, I wouldn't be surprised to see it go tick for tack, right? Where they're going to go back and forth like that. So I do think we are ready to go. So hopefully we can jump
Ooh.
right back in, get back into the map. We'll be on round 3 now, one apiece for the previous 2 rounds, and then we'll see what the Greenville can continue to do on their defense. They just let one drop. Can they fix it? It was a close one. So I am curious. Are they going to go back to that bomb site, or are they going to try something else? Because they can't go back to planes in games yet. So the best they could really do is go for a first floor defense or go right back to that site.
Yeah, so that is what they were looking at before was going back to Trophy Room before they had to do that rehost. So not too surprising to see them switching are keeping that as their pick right now. They do have their full team in here after a little bit of finagling that we had to get through there, but not too bad. Big shout out to Chief. You guys had him on commentary for the last match if you were sticking around, and he did a quick turnaround going right from commentary onto observing. So huge shout out to him for uh, making this an expedited process and doing a great job there on observation.
Yeah, emergency subbing for us, which is awesome. You love it when someone can just be versatile and flexible and also just willing to help. Like he didn't have to, right? There's no obligation for him. He already did his cast that he had scheduled for. He could have gone. But he chose to stick around, help us out. So we
There's a
appreciate that.
frame one offer too. Like as soon as it's mentioned that we might need another observer, he's already on it.
Right. It's like, oh, got you guys. Anyway, back to the same bomb site. They're going to be bringing a very similar lineup. This time, though, there's the pulse on the board, so something to be aware of. Hopefully, the attackers are privy to it. On the attacking side, there is also a lion, so we're seeing some differences being brought from each side. But the same primary hard breach combined with the Thatcher, you imagine the wall will probably get opened up again unless something goes catastrophic for the attacker early on. Beyond that, though, like what is the second step for the attackers? They didn't seem like they got like the best control. Eventually, they did kill that player in Astro, which was pretty good, but they never fully flushed out the players playing near trophy.
Ooh, that right there is gonna hurt. Hawkish Chef just got 2 drones right off the bat. You really don't want to lose any more than 1 drone optimally. You just want to find that objective and just sit there. You know what the objective is going to be. You don't really need to see every player on their lineup or anything. So that's a big win to be taking out that much until we see a spawn peek right off the bat. And Archangel barely gets away. Kowalski a little bit screwed over by the UMP 45s. Just very terrible damage output there. Just leaving Archangel on a little bit of a sliver. And Archangel's going to keep peeking that. Kowalski's long gone though, so refragging on that damage just isn't going to happen. Ricky Tiki has also been looking at a window over here as the north side offensive has been shaping up for Point Vista.
That's why you pressure onto that Astro window. You can't just let someone play on that doorway of bathroom there. Gotta back them off. You see the drones getting shot even further.
No,
so information.
the Drone Academy.
I mean, look at that. All that information just gone on the attack. And they haven't
It's a
gained
drone
anything
market
from
crash.
It. Yeah, it's like we're experiencing 2008 again.
Okay, they found this Maestro cam here yet again, and once again they have the perfect counter to a Maestro right there. Did one Midas catch a EMP? Oh no, Ricky Tiki getting a really big frag right here. Ash charge is going out and deleting that Maestro cam. They still have 1 more to deal with. Kowalski's got a double here though. Finally getting the retribution from that kill he was looking for earlier, and it's down to F20 on Cheesy, and it is retro, and they barely even made it in. The user is still within reach though, up on the roof. Oh no, Hawkish Chef getting another kill as well. The roamers have done their job in a terrifying fashion.
Yeah, this might be a flawless round. I mean, he needs to find a kill if he wants to make it not one. I think someone is playing in closet there. We can see the outline slightly. It seems he's privy to it slightly. Gonna try and engage with the gunfight on the main doorway there, but gonna opt to drop down, it looks like, looking for an avenue to escape. He's gonna go for the repel. An interesting choice. The Pulse should be able to scan him though and find him out. You can see the run out is coming through. So they're just gonna get kind of aggressive here. Obviously it's a 5v1, so they can somewhat afford it, but you can't be too careless. I've seen some 5v1s be won by the one man because they were just over peaking. So just hopefully they don't get too careless.
Yeah, Cheesy going for a full rotate here, all the way down to the basement. I mean, 44 seconds on the clock. I'll be screaming if we get this one. Kowalski has been pretty hungry, though, and has the pulse scanner. Getting that pistol kill here to finish it out, using the Colt, actually.
Black Ice on it, too. Nice.
Very cool.
Well, that wasn't ever in doubt, really. They just got the opening kills, got a double kill with the pulse elsewhere while we were watching the balcony players, and after that, it's pretty much done. You're down 2-5 on a defensive-sided map at that point because you don't have anything going in your favor. A lot of time was burned as well. And I think my disc might have caught one Thatcher EMP. I'm not sure for sure, but at least one of the Ash charges we saw get caught. So they were just stimmied trying to even clear out the Evil Eye, not to mention, dying on the other side of the map with a lot of other utility that you probably wanted. So put in a hard spot, Buena Vista. And well, this is going to be a different site at the very least, so that's the positive. Gonna go
another thing with clearing out those Maestro cams, you don't even have to throw the Thatcher EMPs into the rim. You can just throw it at the wall and then just have someone there to shoot the eye of the Evil Eye. And just shoot it out, and then you're done. You can continue on. I mean, even if you're using all
have the right
three,
angles.
Yeah. Even if you're using all 3 Thatcher EMPs to get that, just doing some drone work to make sure someone's not in there once again, and then getting the hard breach and just shooting out those cams, especially if 2 of them are dedicated right there. That's a huge win right off the bat if you can get those. Oh, okay. A shield being brought on the Ella here, a shotgun in her hands, and also Chef with the 612 SD, in fact, on the Legion instead of the really powerful SMG that he's able to bring otherwise. That's a fascinating one.
Odd for sure, but there are certain little pockets where that could be useful. No, it's all dependent on situation and luck in a way, how you play it. You know, if you're down in a bad situation and you have to engage in these longer gunfights because you have to like reclaim site or something, obviously not what you want. But if you're going to hide in a corner and the attackers are not privy to your location, then obviously that actually could be a huge boon for you, especially if multiple people are pushing at the same time. You just get a double kill in quick fashion. Honestly, it's not too hard when you have a shotgun in hand like that. A Legion playing sight though with it is a bit odd because it's really like it's kind of close, but that shotgun's honestly not that great. So you really have to be pretty close for that one. So he's going to have to play this like perfectly if he wants to find any sort of net gain for bringing this weapon.
Ooh, going up into Memorial Room would be pretty beneficial. Also playing over here by Bikes isn't too bad. That's a close angle that just about any shotgun, point blank, it's going to do its job right there. And Buena Vista's already been droned out. They've seen 2 drones come in through there. So that's a nice bet to be working with here. So it's going to be Is Retro that's trying to move up here. Definitely going to need a little bit of drone intel to make that a safe avenue to push up through Memorial because there are players waiting through there. Kowalski has been pretty aggressive looking for a spawn peek right off the bat. And now looking over at main stairs where there are some players, but they're not going to be pushing towards them. So if Kowalski does go for the flank, it might pay off big time.
They need to like move faster with that. And we're gonna see at least one push in 2 bikes, but kind of captured and stuck here unless he can soft breach that little wall there and get over near red stairs. It looks like he's able to do so. So could escape with their life, but it's just you are kind of trapped in there. Didn't manage to jump out because they weren't holding him down, just holding the angle. Amtro is above, but they're not aware someone's playing closet, so could get destroyed through the wall there. Kowalski is going to get the kill. Here's the shotgun. It doesn't quite get the double, but it does a lot of damage and did get 1 body. So the defenders will have that man advantage.
Well, that's not gonna. That's a good usage of it. It is doing the job that they were looking to get with it here. A trade going off. Cap, Sweatpants, and Chill Doctor bringing each other down simultaneously. This is still gonna be very nice for the defenders. They've got the extra player, but and Amtro is feeling very low on HP right now, so it's gonna be up to Cheesy to do a lot of work here. Unless she is able to find a kill right here. Not quite landed the kill on Hawk's Chef, who is gonna retreat out here, flying in the pantry, which is a great angle to keep watching in sight once the push does get to the first floor with 35 seconds left. It might be hard pressed to do so with Amtro now being the only player left for the attack. Lots of lines of sight there for Flirt, but it's just not usable.
C4 takes out Cheesy, and they were almost getting that kill onto the Legion, which is one of those angles I was saying was not advantageous for that player. And well, they're gonna just let themselves have the goo in their foot while being in a gunfight, and well, with such little HP, it'll actually kill them. So you don't see that very often, a Legion mine kill coming through, but nonetheless, was not much of a winnable situation for the attack anyway, and Greenville took another.
Yeah, at least you're stealing the glory of that kill there from behind the bomb. Going back up to Aviator and Games Room, Greenville is picking a Echo this time. That's a lot of cams for the defense, which is pretty fascinating, seeing as in the first round, the first time they went to Aviator in games, there was Dakabi, a perfect counter to Maestro and Echo. But this time, she is no longer up there, instead replaced by that Lion for a similar role, and a Flores this time, despite there not being any investment in shields. That might be nice for taking out the Maestro cams, though.
True, and just clearing out certain positions. You can push someone off of stairs. You can push someone out from behind bar. You can push someone out from holding the angle on the doorway of vault.
Oh,
There's a lot of...
Wait, I think I said no shields, and then I went, oh no, there's an Echo. But the Echo's not bringing a shield, as it turns out.
At the bringing impacts, like 6 different impacts with the C4 barbed wire is kind of an odd simulation of all these different gadgetry, but I mean it makes sense. They're useful, but they're not the most useful gadget to be bringing, especially when you have so many. I mean, they're not even opening up above walls to try and like impact trick or anything, right? So I don't know. It's interesting, but I guess the shield isn't exactly necessary if they're not going to be playing out. As we saw last time, they just anchored in sight. They're not playing out near main stairs and holding it with the shield or anything. So, I mean, if that's not the strat, then I guess the shield isn't going to do you all that good anyway.
Yeah, I know. What I would love to see, and it's really effective on this objective, is to use one of those shields either at the top of main stairs or somewhere along Memorial Hallway on the second floor, or even in sight by the couch and aviator room, so you can watch towards study. Those are all great power positions where you can stop some of the big bulkheads for an attack, and you just put one of your roamers on there with one of those guns that can work at a long range. Someone like Chill Doctor, Kowalski, or Ricky Ticky. They're quite effective guns at the longer ranges. So you can just set that shield up and then go right back to sight. And like you said, the impact trick is just going to be hard to do on this objective. Already, the attack is getting a lot of progress on the south side from this veranda, using their drones to pick up some intel there. But the Echo drone is going to make it hard to actually push into the door.
Did you see that? I think that was the Evil Eye shooting the Rotero drone. Just throw a Thatcher on the back of the wall right next to you. It'll hit that Evil Eye right here on the balcony, and then you can send your Rotero drone and destroy it. So, I don't know. Just kind of odd to me. Maybe, again, this isn't the highest level of skill, so it just could be an ignorance thing, right? Just don't know. And that's okay. Hopefully they learn, though, That's what I'm pointing it out for. Hopefully that's something to be learned. But either way, just not utilizing these Thatchers to the best of their ability. And, well, now they're going to be trying to throw one through the doorway there. But the bounce might not catch what they want it to catch. So that's my real concern there. In the meantime, at least Archangel is going to be pushing in on the backside. So that could at least net them something. But they're taking a lot of time here, not gaining a lot.
Yeah, that's going to be really vital to see the impact of that in the late round. Attackers have pushed up into study now, not much resistance here. They're watching that Maestro Cam that gave them a big problem before. Looks like EMP has worn off. Oh no, the Echo is going to stop the hard breach from going off. It does, and now at this point, and the Echo drone is going to be lost for that fight. Elsewhere, Chill Doctor and Archangel do tango. Archangel's going to be the one losing out in the fight, so Chill Doctor lives to fight another day. Now Maestro Cam wrecking even more havoc on the hard breach over there. And Chill Doctor playing in Memorial is going to, in Classical is going to find some damage, but not quite. The head cap swept it. Still taking damage from the Maestro Cam, which is not going to find the kill as Chef does.
Oh, Cheesy going to get the kill on the Hawkhead, but Sir Irony Pants and Kowalski each getting kills, so now it's all up to Amtro. He got that kill on 90. There's 3 more bodies to find. He can't find one. Kowalski can shut him down, and Greenville are on a tear now, up 4-1.
Yeah, once again, Amtro is just stuck in this very, very difficult to fight 1x situation, and it's just not going to be in the books for her to do it right there. The defense is mounting up a lot of wins right now. It's 1-4 in favor of Greenville. It's looking really defense side despite having that Thatcher up there, and I'd really love to see a little bit better use of the Thatcher. You could be optimized more, get them into the site a little bit faster so that they have more time to collect all of that intel, which they seem to be lacking going into some corner peaks, trying to get closer to site.
Well, they're going to do their best to find one more round on attack. Buena Vista have this last round to try and get the 2-4 split, which is pretty common. Otherwise, they'll be down 1-5, and, it's not insurmountable. But again, we've talked about how maps like this, where it's more balanced, in the last scene, we see a pattern, and it's just one of those games where it's going to go that way, against the grain, so to speak. But I wouldn't bet on it. So I do think that this is a round that they desperately need. I think after that rehost, I'm not sure what happened, but the one round they won right before, after that, it's just been silence from them. Haven't really been able to shut down any of these roamers of the gadgetry that's just stopping them from using their own gadgets. So their own utility has just been obsolete. They haven't been able to take care of these pesky Evil Eyes especially. So they just need to kind of refocus, figure out a new game plan, probably a new plan of attack, just to change it up, because right now what they're trying isn't working.
I think we're seeing the if it ain't broke, don't fix it approach from Greenville here. I think all across the board, the same hold and all the same setup. Pocket Chef might even be going back to the same green room roam that we've seen a couple times with the Cavieta. Missing out on shooting that default cam is going to feed some nice info here to Sir Irony Pants, who knows where the main push is going to be. It's not the craziest piece of intel, but they do know where to focus. It's the same push as well from Buena Vista. Hawkish Chef, same place. 3 times in a row, gets a kill again from that window, and Antro's off the board. The last one alive on many rounds so far. He's going to be the first one to go.
Playing art, they shut him down that one round, got the kill, and they were like, hey, they have the sound bug. You know, okay. They've been continuously playing there, and they just haven't been recognizing it, like I said, so able to just get away with it yet again. We're going to get a refrag, though. It's going to be Cheesy getting the kill on the Chill Doctor. It's going to even up the man count. No refrag coming through for that either, so each side able to get away with one. You see the peak continuously coming out.
This is so greedy.
Package, but they're not able to net anything because they're not playing on that side of the balcony anymore. I think they're a little wise to it at this point.
Yeah, I would definitely expect them to be. They once again have seen that same setup to your master bedroom. They've got eyes on all of this. Oh, please. Okay, there we go. Oh, Kowalski gets another one. Archangel also taken off the board. Not able to get that flank. The Archangel just keeps going for, but without the refrag potential of having another team member with them, they're just not getting the leverage off of a solo push that they're clearly hoping for right now from Buena Vista. They're going to be reliant on this main push to come out. Is Retro doing a lot of work right now, pushing up through bathroom. There's that same bathroom angle that I was saying is really great to hold into astronomy. They got to kill off a bit earlier, and it'll cut off some rotation, stop
nice
from going up the stairs. Oh, we saw this one get set up earlier in prep. Big shout out again to Chief for catching that one. Is going to pay off, taking out a full Thermite charge. Oh, and a kill. Kowalski gets another one on Cap Sweatpants. It's a 4v2 for the defense. Greenville once again looking so...
Do it. Jump up the hatch. Come on, they're on a drone. Please jump up through the hatch. Distract them. Irony Pants. Help your teammate out here. Gonna jump onto the bed. Oh no, they missed it. There's an opportunity. Oh, Kowalski doing so much damage from below. Cheesy engaging with the Maestro playing in stature, just holding a tight angle on that door. They're gonna peek and just get punished for it. Now it's all up to his Retro, and while they're being harassed from all different kinds of directions, you see the jump up on the hatch is just sitting there using that angle just to ping. They're not even gonna jump up all the way. They're just able to feed information to their teammates, and now they're gonna just push into the waiting arms of Ricky Ticky, and things are looking pretty rough for Buena Vista.
Yeah, after a back and forth first 2 rounds, the tide shifted heavily. The Beavers were no longer able to keep up with the Panthers here, and just like their namesake, the Panthers are going to pounce on the Beavers, taking 5 rounds on their defense. They're going to be switching halves here, so we'll now get to see maybe it's going to end up being a more defensive side of map between these two. Like I said before, with the bans, I'd expect it to be a little more favored to the offense, actually, especially with it being a little more of an even map. So we'll see if that has any bearing. Once again, the Thatcher's a little weird right now at just about all levels of play, just because he's so often banned that a lot of players are just out of practice using him effectively.
And that showed, unfortunately. They didn't utilize the Thatcher much at all. They really only got kills onto Evil Eyes and opened up walls, where those are things that could have been cleared with other utility anyway, to be fair. Especially since my discs were still catching things anyway, even with the Thatcher on the board. So, you know, we didn't gain much. He had also 1 round with him on the board, so that's kind of rough. We'll see. It could be just a thing, the way that this map works out. Buena Vista still has, you know, a couple rounds here before they lose. If they lose 2 in a row, it's done. So they have a little bit of a buffer, but they have to show us that they have a competency on the defense here, because they have to show up just as well as Greenville did on their defense. And that's pretty hard to do, because Greenville looked pretty smart with their setups, right? They had just the right placements of utilities, able to just have those angles from below, like we saw beautifully done from Kowalski. And take a look at Kowalski as well. 8-1 here since the host.
Running havoc, especially on that last round, just being a step ahead. That's nice and impressive. Buena Vista here is going for actually a pretty similar setup on Plains games to what we were seeing from the Greenville defense. They've got the Maestro setup in study. They do have the smoke, though, which is going to give them a shield as well. Frag grenades being used to burn out an ADS is going to be a little bit unfortunate. The second one lands where it's intended to, but there's not going to be any player standing there. It is going to guarantee that there is no one there. The second Maestro has itself been spotted, and we got Amtro here playing close up on the angle. Elsewhere, Kowalski continuing to wreak some havoc with, wait a second, the Mossberg on the Sledge. And Sledge doesn't even get the SMG-11 anymore, so it's like running with 2 secondaries, really, at that point. His Retro goes down here to Sir Irony Pants, who is having a great time on attack, just as on defense. The LMGs are treating them well as they get another kill right here, and the defense is going to be looking scattered. Cap Sweatpants clearing up on the defense is going to be out Mossbergs by the attacker. Amtro left as the only player left right now. There's still 3 attackers. Amtro has that close angle diffuser on it as well, and a shield, which is not a bad thing, but there's a lot of attackers here closing in. It's going to take some crazy flex by Sir Irony Pace, picking up a 3K on the round, just letting that trigger go.
And you have an LMG, might as well. And it works out. He gets a 3K, as you said. And, well, Greenville already winning their first round of attack, matching what Buena Vista did in their whole 6 rounds of attack. So that's kind of rough. We're going to see they have now the first map point. So Greenville, one more round. They're taking this one quickly. We'll move on to Bank, which I'm excited to go there. But Buena Vista, maybe not so excited if they lose that fast. You know, that's just, even if this wasn't their map pick, which I actually don't have the bands up, so I don't know who chose what. Maybe you can help me with Trash. But
Well, Villa will actually be the Buena Vista pick here. So that's definitely not feeling good if they're going to be going to a map more familiar to Greenville on this second map, especially sitting on match point being down 1, if this is how this is going to go. So this is a uphill battle, and it will be, at least for the rest of this map. We'll see how it is. I guess it'll be an uphill battle on the next map as well. So they're really looking at that map 3 right now. It's going to be a lot to get 6 rounds or 5 rounds in a row to take it to overtime. They're switching things up a little bit, bringing that Frost, bringing the Vigil, and the Malusi. That's a lot more running gun potential from Cheesy and Amtro. Archangel bringing a shield once again, so 2 for the team are going to be set up, and also those Frost mats to catch and eat current attackers, pushing up a little bit.
well, Archangel had, I think, a 2K at least, and maybe more in those first 2 rounds before the rehost. But since then, hasn't had success. So I wonder if that just, messed with them a little bit, threw them off their rhythm, haven't been able to gain anything. Cheesy's going to be on that roam on the Vigil. I'm always kind of critical of the Vigil picks. I don't think it brings your team much, and utility that could have helped more had there been something else brought. But at the same time, with the Thatcher on the board, it can clear pretty much most of that utility anyway, so it's not really that big of a deal. But my concern is that the roam last time didn't really do anything either, and there was, I believe, at least one person off site and didn't really slow anything down. So they just gotta be aware of where these pushes are coming through, and they have to be a little more aggressive in their positionings.
Green room lurk. Green room lurk. We saw it come out so many times from the Greenville defense. Now Buena Vista is pulling it out. There's the Cali on the attack as well. Really interesting facet here. Going to be supported by some drones going right in, seeing if there's going to be anyone to be sniping off there. Oh my God, Cheesy gets it. Why has this art studio been such a terrifying place for defenders to be right now? The defense is making a stand right here. 2 picks right in a row. Archangel gets another one with the 9mm C1. Pocket Chef left a little bit alone out there on the flank on their own. Oh, Sir Irony Pants getting the kill, running up with the SMG, but traded right back out there. Ricky Ticky getting one as well. The man count is a little bit closer now with 3 defenders left.
2v3, as you mentioned, 3 defenders are still alive. So these attackers actually in a disadvantage here, which we haven't seen Greenville being much of a disadvantage so far. Hawkage taking a lot of damage from behind, being harassed. Ricky Ticky's going to get downed and probably finished off here soon if they're aware, as there's no way his teammate can help him. So now it's all up
Smoke confirmed
to Hawkage. Well, it doesn't matter. Cheesy can get that kill as well. Started the round, ends the round, and that's another round for Buena Vista. They're not going to get 7-1 at least.
That is quite nice to see. I like to see a little bit more through this map. So that's, I'm going to be rooting for Buena Vista here through the rest of regular time, seeing how far they can bring this. And that was a great showing for the start of a potential comeback here. They've got 2 rounds on the map so far. Greenville being really dominant so far, of course. But some really effective roaming could make a difference. We're going to trophy room here, and once again, some operators really oriented that way. The Legion is going to be bringing you the intel. The Frost actually paid off pretty well for his retro, at least bringing more shields for the team and gunning pretty well. The mats haven't hit their bingo quite yet, and Vigil from Cheesy, 2 kills on that round, and they really spelled the tempo.
They did. As you mentioned, though, there's some criticisms here, and one of them is, why are you putting frost mats in the middle of a doorway? Like, no one falls for that anymore. Come on now. Put it on the other side of a window that people jump through. Put it around a doorway to the side, so when people walk in and turn a corner, bam, they get nailed by it. Like, just place it a little bit more cleverly.
My
because
favorite are the ones between like futons and like sofas,
Yes,
where like
yep.
you're like, gonna vault over them while you're
Like
aiming
here,
down
this
sight.
is decent.
Yeah,
isn't
this one's
bad.
always good.
So, like, just like this, like, just don't put her in the middle of a doorway, please. Like, it's just a little bit of a little, I don't know, pet peeve. It's like, why would you do that? It's such a waste of utilities. So just
Yeah,
if
give
you're
your
gonna
opponents a little
bring
more
it,
credit, right?
right? Yeah, don't make. They're not idiots. It's like right there. Come on, like maybe a rush situation. So you put it on site, like to the side of a door, not super well hidden, but as long as you're able to contest it, right? Maybe you're able to buy the time that they're not able to drone it out. You shoot the drones before they see it. Like there's certain situations where you can actually utilize that, but it wasn't obviously happening in that fashion. Because he cheesy aggressive again. Now I did say last time the aggressive positions were necessary, and I think they were, and they actually did benefit them a lot. So I'm hoping they can have a similar success here on this roam.
Look at this flank watch. We got the Nomad and we got the Gridlock. Not an off-scene combo on one roster. So that's definitely going to mean that you should not be having to deal with players coming up from behind, especially with your droning, which is going to be a little bit lower stress because of that. Kowalski's going to get down right off the bat. Oh!
There it
got
is.
Better plays Frost Trap. That's so
Windows.
satisfying to see right on the window, just like you're saying.
Another
So that's
one.
great. Archangel has amazing. No, okay. This one goes back to what I was saying earlier with to Buena Vista. Is you do have to do your due diligence droning up through master bedroom right before you go in. It doesn't need to take too long, but you got to make sure there's nothing like a lurker or a frost mat. I really wish we would have seen the C4 from Archangel right there, because that was a free double kill, and this might even be for you like triple kill. No.
Oh, there it is.
Does get the one kill, but that could have been absolute money. You don't need the hesitation there, especially when you know they're going to be pinned up there. Even give them time to open up the wall for a few more options before pushing up through breach. But the picks are coming out for the defense, which is feeling quite comfortable. Ricky Ticky and Chill Doctor forced up into some awkward positions to push up site while Buena Vista angles up to better rotations. Smoke grenades going down are going to close up some of those angles for attack as these flank watchers are pushing up towards statuary.
Gotta love that they're actually able to get some damage here. Now it's up to 2 players, and Ricky Ticky low on health. Chill Doctor's just a Nomad, not someone you'd expect to frag super heavily, and the shots being missed on both sides. Actually, that was strange. I don't know if I've ever seen a gunfight go like that, where like both players are just completely missing, but Ricky Ticky doesn't miss that time. Able to get the headshot onto Archangel. Now, below.
That's terrifying.
Impact.
That's terrifying.
Almost had him.
Just barely missing, sitting on 1 HP with an impact from below. Another one could spell defeat for the whole team on this round, since Ricky Tiggy is still going to be sitting on that last HP with no teammates left. Buena Vista is feeling very comfortable once again on this round. They got these Legion mines, which could threaten death. They've got, I mean, once again, impacts, nitro cells, and obviously their guns. Cap Sweatpants is sitting on that scope pistol right now, maybe looking for a rude way to end out this round.
Well, it could be another Legion mine in the foot. Death, but looks like the angle's being held. I think if Ricky peeks this, they're going to die, and they will. Retro's going to get that kill, and, well, another round. So, you know, things are very strange on this map. Each team having a chunk taken out one at a time.
Yeah, what do you think is lending to Buena Vista glowing up in these last couple of rounds on the defense? They've done on 2 different objectives, Aviator Games and Trophy Statuary.
Well, I mean, partially 2 frostbats. You get hit by one, and then you decide to jump in without looking down in closet immediately after. Your teammate had been down for a while. It wasn't like they both jumped in and then there was no time to tell the other person. Whoever's on the gridlock was the first one to jump in. I think it was Kowalski. And that was plenty of time to relay, hey, there's frostmats. So whoever jumped in closet there, I don't remember who it was, they should have been looking down. They should have already known, hey, someone else got hit by a frostmat. There's probably one in here. And they just fell for it. And obviously the pulse below feeding so much information, and they had no idea. Which is weird, because in the beginning, I think we saw, was it Nomad's drone was in kitchen, and it did see someone roaming below, and they should have saw that it was the pulse. So it's just a lot of misinformation on the attacker side, I think, is really what it came down to.
And dealing with that pulse, something that's really common at a lot of levels of play, is droning out that first floor. You don't necessarily need to send someone down there, like we're saying with Thatcher on the board, not being used by the attackers here, but usually it's going to be an electrified wall or like haunted wall up on second floor. They were able to get the breach without having to send anyone below, but it's going to be nice to at least have a drone there, or maybe like one player just watching and trying to make sure that you have something crazy like a pulse sitting there, like you said, feeding information to the team that whole round. It's an interesting lineup here from the attack. Once again, they're switching out that.
Interesting. Greenville is able to just shoot so many drones when they are on defense, and now Buena Vista, I just haven't seen necessarily the same type of drone economy problems, and yet these last few rounds, despite having the drones, I haven't seen too many get shot, and as I say, another one get shot. So I mean, maybe I'm just
that's only the second one.
it.
It's 30 seconds into
Right. It's not too
phase,
bad.
So that's not a bad economy at all.
But my point is, they have those drones. I just haven't seen them use them. Kowalski gonna get a kill onto his retro, so Greenville starting things off here on the attack. Thunderbird dead. I think she did get to place all of her gadgets, at least I hope. But that's still not great for Buena Vista. They've been having good rounds, but it has all come on the back of opening kills.
Kowalski's been doing great so far. That's that 10 and 3. That's 10 and 1 right now, which is really terrifying. Up there without any intel, though, is going to be a bit risky. The team is sort of walking right through the defenders, though. Archangel going down on the Mew. Amtro sitting on just a sliver of HP. Kowalski as well, but Kowalski's just been on a tear, like I said. And there's 5 attackers to the 3 defenders. Cheesy's moving up, had some success on the realm so far. He's just going to have to get a little bit of a sound cue here to play off. Is shooting off the air jab. It's going to bring a little bit of sound to the attackers, but I don't think anyone's really watching for it. Chill Doctor also added some pressure onto site. It's just going to keep up that terrifying pressure.
Hard breach being brought. I believe that will be on the buck. So he has 2. A fuse with 2, and actually that means there's a lot of hard breach being brought and no hard breach operated primarily. So that will point out that I actually made a mistake earlier. Kowalski was 10-0 with 1 assist, so it is the KDA now. So that's my mistake earlier. I think I messed you up a little bit by saying that too.
Oh no, yeah, I did back as well.
Well, I
think about it too
I
much
set
now.
you up for that
Ooh,
one.
the cheesy kill.
Oh, cheesy on the Chill Doctor, but the plant is going down. Irony Pants is just not being shut down. Kowalski on the coverage is able to get a kill on to Amtro. She's gone. He's going to try and find another one. Is able to do so with the SMG-11 whipped out, so Kowalski getting another one. It's all up to Cheesy now. They got 1 kill earlier. They have to find an ace or somehow get a sneaky defuse down, but they don't have a lot of time. This timer is ticking away. They're stuck upstairs. They're going to be locked out by a castle as well. They had impacts, but kind of going to give that away. Behind the desk, Ricky Dicky waits and... well, gonna get the kill, finish off the game here on Villa. That's gonna be a 7-3 victory going to Greenville for the first map.
Well, that was pretty dominant there from Greenville Panthers for much of their defense, and they got that first round on their attack. Quite a strong showing here. Buena Vista almost making a bit of a comeback there. They got 2 rounds in rounds 8 and 9. Made a much better showing there, but Cheesy just not able to do it for the whole team. There at the end of the map, we're going to be heading on to Bank next map, which is another exciting one. I love this lineup that we have. Is Villa map 1, then Bank, and then we might go to an Oregon if it does go to map 3. These are all these big, wide open and 3-story maps, which I absolutely adore. I know Wes has some reservations about Oregon if we get there, but we do both love Bank, so we're really excited to get to that one. We don't get to see it so much, or increasingly, since it's been added to the map pool. We'll be going to a short break here, though, and we'll get back to the action in just a few minutes. again. We're back with NECC. I'm still Treasure, and I'm still joined by the brilliantly adorned Wheelq. I do love that shirt that you've got on today. We're continuing with Buena Vista University and the Greenville Panthers. Locked in combat here. Buena Vista not managing to take it there, even after a little bit of a revitalization there in the later half. So they lose map 1 on Villa, and we're headed to Bank. This is actually going to be Greenville's map pick as well.
Yeah, their own map pick, and they were in a hard spot after going 5-1 against them on their attack. So on their defense, they had to try and make something happen. They were able to get a couple rounds, and it was a good job from them, but they weren't able to complete the resurgence, right? So they're now going to be, as you had said previously, in an uphill battle. This is going to be a difficult one. Um, the real hard part here is it's Bank, and if you don't choose that map, which they didn't, then I have to question how well they know it, because a lot of teams with this being put back in the map pool, this is not the same as the old Bank necessarily. It's kind of similar. So maybe they would know old OG strats, but that was a long time ago, and these teams are probably relatively new. So the chance that they actually know any of those old strats is not high. So this is basically a brand new map to a lot of teams, and Greenville choosing it makes me think at least they've looked at it, they've made some strats for it. Buena Vista, I hope they have, but not being the one to choose it makes me a little concerned, right? That's just the caveat I have. So my main concern is we're going to see them without much depth with their strats, and they're going to flounder due to that, because this is pretty strat heavy of a map. Like, obviously you have to clear. There's a lot of clearing to do, as you mentioned. Big building, 3 levels. At least we have more normal bans here. Thatcher and E is going to be off the board, and probably standard bans on the defense.
Yeah, not too curious. This means that Jackal will be ready to be used again. Like you said, with more ground to cover, he's going to be a little useful. And like before, there's
They
that
didn't like that
target
run
man
round.
after those nasty frost masks that we got to see in map 1. So that's pretty exciting. I don't know, what are your thoughts on the ace ban for Bank? My gut reaction would be that Hibana would be more of a high value target there because of the importance of hatches on this map, especially since they added that additional one in the basement, which is the toughest nut to crack.
Wait, you mean it was banned last map too? So perhaps it's just the ban that Greenville likes. I think they banned it last map too.
Yeah.
So I assume maybe they saw something. Maybe there's a player that typically uses that, so they're trying to make their hard breach uncomfortable. That's my guess. Because as you're saying, that's just not the one that seems obvious. That's like a
Yeah,
danger,
and the
right?
thermite is usually brought through server room in basement if you're doing the server room push. That way you can get an easier opening of like the big wall. That way you can get the plant behind the desk there in default, and then your Hibana or Maverick's going to be doing more work, usually on the hatches. The defense is going to basement. Like I said, tough nut to crack down there in the basement. Not a lot of destruction in the floor, so it's hard to find angles into that site. Um, I'm a little bit worried about the hard breaching possibilities for the hatches that do exist from the attack right now.
Yeah, for Bank to not bring a Hibana every round is actually just not the play. You should almost always bring a Hibana if she's available, right? If she isn't banned, because you never know if they're going to go basement like we're seeing here. And even then, Hibana can shoot from a distance. So even if you did have to have her open up like the main wall upstairs, let's say, it's not the end of the world. She's gonna open up multiple angles with her different hard breach. And honestly, you should probably be bringing 2 hard breach anyway. So her bringing the other hard breach in tandem with maybe a thermite or Maverick something would be the play. Now here's the other thing I was going to point out. With Maverick being available, they're not bringing him. You bring a Cali instead. To me, that's a sign, and a bad sign, that you don't know how to use Maverick. My
Yeah, he's just one of the most valuable operators to have someone who can effectively him
We get
on
nades.
the roster. Yeah, there is these hard breaching charges on the Yang. Chill Doctor bringing 2 of those since it's been buffed that all operators that have it do get 2 instead of 1, which is a lot nicer. That's going to add some more flexibility with opening hatches, but it gives them a maximum of 4 hard breaches between Thermite and Chill Doctor's Ying. So that won't be terrible with the Kaid charges being totally removed, but with no defense ban or one of those more common bans, that does mean that the defense gets to use both Valkyrie and Mira, which are really strong operators, and so the defense is using that full Mira strategy by server. It's gonna make it really hard to push A site.
Well, having the vigil is actually really good if you saw the lion. So that adds. I don't mind vigil in that case, especially on the roamer on a big map like this. He can also make his own rotates with the impacts that he can bring. So I do think if he's utilized properly, but Cheesy is not being too aggressive here, not engaging with the players in open. Could still flank them, so that's still always a possibility. But that's a long flank. A lot of areas where drones can catch you. You see the shots from underneath the vehicle will catch Archangel. Unfortunately, just not aware of their feet's position. Kowalski will get the opening kill due to that. It's going to open things up for the attackers. Now, there's a Mira lying in wait and also a shield that he has to contest with. So he's going to need some help from above. But that Mira on that wall right to his right is actually right next to a hatch above. So all they have to do is get the right angle. They can open it up.
Kowalski was absolutely fierce on map 1, now playing alone here in Garage, like we were saying. It's going to be hard to push up to this really with anyone, let alone against that shield and the Mira window right there. But Hawkish Chef is going to get that shield out of the way, making it a little bit easier. It's still going to be a tough angle, going to be reliant on some side pressured Shield Doctor taken out, but they've done the job of getting that hard breach down as sort of a secondary support right now, getting the hard breach. Oh, Kowalski does get in, though, and gets an easy angle. No one was watching that Mira window, and his Retro is going to go down as well. Cap Sweatpants and Cheesy are left all alone here. Kowalski, oh no! Friendly fires, another friendly fire on Kowalski now. The refrag on the own team. It's a 2v2 despite all of that work was done. That was done by the attack so quickly. Hawkish Chef is going to be putting down that defuse, trying to use the SPSMG. If someone's going to push a close angle here. Cheesy not getting the flank kill that they were looking for. Once again, pushing down long, and Cap Sweatpants getting some nice smokes. Oh, it's going to box in Hawkish Chef. This is the chance for Buena Vista to strike.
Could get the kill here. Gotta see it, and he does.
Oh, that's so
Easy,
big.
getting that kill on Hawkins. Now it's all up to Ricky Ticky. What seemed like a terrible situation is turned on its head because of 2 team kills. Now Ricky Ticky has to make up for those. And unfortunately, there's a hatch behind you. It's going to see you with the Mira. You're pretty much a sitting duck at this point. Has to make a miracle happen. It won't. Sweatpants is going to shut him down, and that's going to be the defense winning a round they really had no business winning.
That is one of the weirdest rounds. Two team kills back to back lets Buena Vista pull it from the jaws of defeat. And once those team kills did ring out, Buena Vista played perfectly by the book there. Cheesy using those hatches to play perfectly, even opening up that one in box by using that impact grenade, which is really great, added some extra damage and forced Ricky Ticky into a situation having to watch 2 different hatches and a Mira window with 2 operators on either side and one on a different floor. That's like an impossible gunfight to win. That's like, I wouldn't expect anyone to even have a chance of making it out of that situation unless it was quite literally Bolo.
Did Corey from Rogue like transfer to university over here? I know he said he's going back to university, so I have to wonder if he's on one of these teams because he was notorious for the TKs on Rogue. And that's exactly what just happened. 2 team kills in the same round. 1 team kill's bad enough, and you kind of, okay, it happens. 2 in the same round is like, I don't even know how you get to that point. Like, that is ridiculous. Like, I have not seen that. So that is just really poor play. Like, that takes some bad coordination to get to that point because no one knew where the other people were is what it looked like.
Yes. Yeah, it's a lack of communication on where all the players are pushing. It's a little bit of a lack of information right there. Kowalski just not sure. Like, they've been running and gunning really effectively, but Kowalski, he just wasn't sure what was ahead of any corner, and it's just pre-firing everything. We've seen him do that a couple times. It's been, I mean, it's still devastating, 3-1 right there, but it did lose an entire round, unfortunately, because sometimes if you're pre-firing every corner, you pre-fire your own teammate. Going with the Amaru once again. That's that GAA1 available and SMG11. That's a phenomenal primary, phenomenal secondary, and this wacky gadget. So we'll see what he's doing with that, pushing right up on the top. GAA1 with the 2-time sight. There's someone right there deploying apart. They have no idea. A double kill for Kowalski. He is tearing things up. Gonna run directly into sight, pushing this advantage for all it's worth. He switches to his secondary, gets another kill. That's 3 Ks on the run. Cap Sweatpants isn't even gonna have the chance to really use that scanner to get much information, being stuck underneath and not knowing that Kowalski's there to be dealt with. Cap Sweatpants takes out Chill Doctor, so that's gonna get a little bit of leverage there, but Cheesy goes down. Cap Sweatpants nowhere near sight, and Kowalski is in a possible ace scenario, especially right now, trying to chase down Cap Sweatpants.
Well, 1v4 situation, and it could be the ace if Kowalski's aware. To his left, does he see it? He seems like he's aware. He's gonna get it. He gets
What?
the ace. Kowalski blitzing in, getting 3 kills on site, finds the other 2 off site to complete the ace, setting up success. He got TK'd the first round after having, I think, a 2K. This time, he's able to continue on.
Well, that was bombastic. Kowalski doesn't need anything there, and barely even the intel as well, relying on those sound cues to just tear through the attack. I love that we cut all of that action as well as he just created that rain of destruction. Not quite the flawless because one of the attackers will be eliminated, but that's a really great showing after sort of throwing a great first half of a round in round one and letting that one go by the wayside, letting the defense get it. But Kowalski's at least going to make that big statement that another free one is not going to go away.
It's like watching someone in Mario Kart in last place get the star and then just hit everyone on the way to first place. Just knock them off. It's just watching that in action. Just blitzkrieg right through every single player. A 3K to open it up, fast fashion. Obviously, Amaru's always fast, but that's fast even for an Amaru. And then to even go hunt off-site low, go find those 2 players and complete it. That's insane. But
Kowalski
again,
has 2/3
lack of information.
kills right now after 2 rounds. No kills for Greenville except for Kowalski kills right now.
Oh god, he had a 3K the first round. That means.
Yeah. He was already off to a great start. Barely put down by his own teammate right there. Once
They can't
again,
stop him.
second
His own
floor.
team has to.
Yeah, they have to at that point. Gotta make it fair, maybe. The defense here, right back up to the second floor. This one's a little bit of a dicey objective to hold, and I'm experiencing it since it's been brought back into the map rotation. Bringing a couple of these FBI members, just like we saw before. Castle always going to be strong on second floor for stopping snipers out from lobby from getting lines of sight to objective, and there's a couple other places you can slow down the general attack and the pulse below. They're gonna know a pulse is below now after cleaning Cap Sweatpants up in the first round. So we'll see how that turns out. And interestingly, Pocket Chef is the Amaru now.
Oh no!
Oh.
You lose that gunfight. How? How do you lose that gunfight? The run out isn't gonna do anything. Already got a kill though on castle with the ump. You already put your castle barricades up, threw your beepers out. You get a gunfight too. Hey, whatever. You've already gotten more than I think anyone really expects on that operator. Completely a support operator, but if you're able to net some kills on it, you're only helping your team further. What a great round start for them. Hawkage off the board. Not Kowalski on that Amaru, so they still haven't really shut down the power player from the other team. They probably maybe thought they did for half a second because that was the op he was last round, but actually it was a little bit of a doppelganger. Someone still around on the Lion, who was the one who was the bane to existence last round. Archangel took so much damage, down to 1 HP, literally a sliver on the screen. So Cheesy and Archangel could each die very quickly, which could turn it around for Greenville.
Irony Pants just lobbing these drones. The Roteros exploding all over the site. One of them should be taking out those bandit charges on the wall as well. This will set up for an attack through box. Greenville playing quite a bit slower this time, making sure that they're going to have all the leverage to take the second floor over here. They are going to have to contend with Cap Sweatpants, who is still down there, able to feed information, but some drone work is coming out, and Kowalski's looking for that kill again. Luckily for Cap Sweatpants there, moving out of there, getting a different location to stay playing.
They still have the pulse too, so could find the person pushing in next to him. I think the sound call is already going to give it away. The drone's going to come out, baits, but he didn't fall for it, but he does miss the shots. He does eventually, though, land them. It's going to be Sweatpants able to finish the kill on the Kowalski. That's the menace dealt with. And they didn't lose any bodies down below like you thought maybe they would, with the both players low on HP, Archangel and Cheesy, and yet neither of them still getting downed and finished off. So Amtro, she's going to get a kill on it again. Chill Doctor, and that's going to put it all up to Ricky Ticky. And on the fuse outside the window, probably not the best position to be in a 1v5 situation. We might see a flawless round, and Amtro, she'll get a second one for her trouble, and that's at least no longer a menacing round against them. They're able to put something in tic-tac-toe is in ignition.
Well, interestingly, after Greenville had a phenomenal time on Buena Vista's map, Buena Vista now is in the lead for the first time in the series. They've taken 2 rounds on the defense here, and they're going back to basement. Well, usually just one of the strongest objectives, period. It's a phenomenal one to be holding. They had a terrible start on that first round when they were holding it, but they got it from behind, partially throwing from Greenville. But they've got another chance to go at this one a little more evenly. Okay, Greenville's going to be showing off a glass. I'm really curious if that one's going to stick. There's going to be a lot of smokes available to Greenville's attack right now. So that one might not be a bluff, especially knowing that they're going to be dealing with the smoke downstairs.
Joke's on you.
Oh no, I'm a fool. Oh, oh.
I was actually gonna say that they actually were bringing frag grenades on the glass as just to mess with you, but they didn't
They may
six
as
pick
well though.
it
I
with
mean,
all the smokes they had. Yeah,
yeah, there
true.
should be like
Although
should,
Ying
there's
has been
probably
bringing
still
the
3
hard
sets of
breach.
smokes. Oh yeah, or potential for 3 sets.
We'll
of
see.
smokes,
We'll
I guess.
see if the Ying did bring hard breach or
Oh
not.
my god, 8 smoke grenades, 2 hard breaching, and soft breaching.
Well, Montane being brought, that's gonna tell me at least it's probably gonna be pushed through dirt. Pretty standard.
Yeah,
with the
no,
Montane.
it's gonna be a smoke plant is what they're going for right here. And with this lineup, it might be a hastier one. They're really heavily drawn out through server. That can be very feast or famine.
The only real danger here, because the Capcan maybe would net something, but probably not. The only real danger here is going to be that smoke. Because the mirror, yeah, you can see in there, but with the smokes, webcams don't see through smoke. Mirror cams see through the smoke. So if they smoke plant, the only thing to deny them is the smoke babes, the toxic smoke, to counter the normal smoke. So otherwise, they, the Montane pushes forward enough, blocks the angles, can even block some of those smoke babes being thrown out. That could be actually a pretty easy plant. So the defenders really have to be careful here. See, the droning is going to come out, so they're able to find these Kepkins. So that's what I was kind of thinking. They're not going to get caught unawares by those. Usually doesn't happen. But the next thing, well, what they just pinged it. Or maybe there's another one. You can put multiple on one door now. So
Yeah,
that's something else that was a change.
That's such a good buff. You can scan out and find Capcan traps and still lose half of your Montane's HP to that. It's going to be really vital if those smokes are able to come out right now. Oh, potentially a C4 here as Kowalski's trying to push in. It's fascinating, actually. Now I'm realizing that Kowalski is the one on the Montane, the top fragger. A menace on a gun is going to be the only one player without a rifle available. This time, the toxic waves are coming out. Kowalski's backed off his retro, takes out Pocket Chef to make sure that there's one fewer gun on the other side of this doorway. Toxic waves settling down a little bit, and Kowalski just feeding more intel, trying to find opportunity to actually get that plant down, or at least protect Sir Irony Prince, who does have it. The plant begins here, and more throwables aren't over here. Cap Swap Hands is going to need to be throwing that.
Ricky Ticket getting kill on to Amcho, so she's done and dusted. It's going to be a 4v4 situation now, and it's going to be the push in, but Cheesy can't get it done. I think they did have impacts of Pocket. Could open the door of these, or the hatch of the server, but they didn't. So unfortunately, that flank is going to be shut down, and now it all has to come from site unless someone really wants to go all the way around. So 3v4, bring around the rosy kind of situation with the Montane. On top of all these gridlock stingers in the ground, they're going to have a lot to do and not a lot of time to do it. 7 seconds diffuse time is on the board that they have to include in this time that's remaining. There's just not enough of it. It's going to be down to about 9 seconds, and now that the clock's already so low, they can't even possibly win this Archangel. Only going to be fighting for some kills here, but can't even find one of those, it seems, and that's going to be the round done.
Oh, Kowalski still, even on that Montane, picking up a kill and just continuing to pad what is a crazy kill death record throughout this match and this map. Back to basement once again. Buena Vista's not having that great of a time there. They got one from behind round 1. They're lost to this one. They're headed back. They had the resources to deal with the Montane of Kowalski, but the throwables weren't fully being capitalized on. There was a C4 that just never got exploded. Unfortunately, landed on the ceiling as well. So there's not too much to do with it. And Cap Swap Pants still had a Toxic Babe in the pocket after that plant was down. And I mean, from that point, it's going to be really hard to get it off, especially if you're not going to get a plant until the last 30 seconds.
Well, my big complaint, to be honest, and this isn't necessarily their fault, but they just happen to be on that roll. They happen to be the only one flanking. It's Cheesy. Almost positive they had impacts. The hatch of server was soft. You open that up, you have a line of sight directly where they're trying to plant because they opened that wall. So you have a line of sight directly at the plant from the hatch of server into that wall right there next to where Capcan's reinforcing, the one to his left. That wall is visible from the hatch and server here. So It's kind of questionable to not open up the hatch and just take that shot when you know the plant's trying to be put down. Your teammate should be feeding you information. You should know the Machina's holding angles, trying to block lines of sight to that position. That's a default plant spot. That's the basics, right? So that's where you got to know your situational game sense has to kick in. And unfortunately, it just didn't. Try to push in onto the blue doorway instead. And that's where stingers are and a waiting gun. And they shut them down instantly.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Well, let's see. Once again, Greenville is going to have to contend with this basement hold. Buena Vista is prepared for a server push this time, but the Montaigne is not going to make a second appearance. That was that surprise showing Kowalski now on Ash, a more traditionally fragging operator. Maybe a little less suited to it nowadays, but we'll see what he's able to do with it because he's just seemed unstoppable no matter what he does in this map.
Ultra Dodger pushing in, and interesting to see them be the first one to push without using Candelas. I know you want to save them, but at least the drone is going to be pinging out if there's someone in there, so they're aware that it's clear to push in. The second step, though, yes, I love the live droning. I will give credit there. That was good. Hatch is already pre-opened, I think, so that's actually a better step. At least they have that angle opened up without even needing to impact it to give away the peek that could come through from a flanker.
That's
See
definitely
that?
going to be spooking the attack.
Drone is going to also feed information there in the drone hole, and they have lines of sight then from that to find where a lot of these defenders are playing, and we just saw a line of them hanging out in the hallway there. So the attackers actually should know this, and actually probably could get a lot of easy picks, or at least good positioning based on where they know these defenders are playing.
Right. Looks like Kowalski is going to be supported here through Garage. They're going to be pulling off, though, setting up an air jab. They're going for a separate push altogether, despite having intel up ahead of them. They know that the Mira's watching them. Cheesy waiting for an opportunity to strike from above. Like you said, the hatch has been open this whole time, and he's waiting for that chance to strike. No one has pushed up any further than the desk, though, as Greenville's taking their time with this push. They don't trust that hatch for anything. Amtro going to be taken off for trying to push it as well, and now the attack has solid control through blue. This means that they're going to be able to clear out some more of that utility and actually start pushing up into sight. They used a smoke to get a little bit more leverage. Here's Sir Irony Pants already pushed up and making sure that Mira can't peek for just a second as they kill a little bit more intel. Finally, Cheesy finding the opportunity to strike, takes out Chill Doctor, the entry fragger through this side, and the Toxic Babes are coming out preemptively to make sure that push isn't going to allow a plant to go down.
Didn't even try and utilize any of those Candelas, unfortunately. So that's a lot of utility just not utilized and wasted off. Irony Pants will find Cheesy, though. So good job, able to look up into the balcony area and to get that kill. Ricky Tiki finding a kill in the Archangel is going to spell disaster for this defense. Now it's up to 2 people to hold out. At least time is on their side. Only 30 seconds remaining. Smoke Babe and C4 is actually already used. So just the Smoke Babes are going to be the denial here. Coming on the backside, though, is Kowalski. If they're not aware, could find the kill. But he didn't hold the angle quite right. Could have had a kill there. Going to see a Hawkage is also pushing up with them. Plant was going down. They weren't able to stop it, but push-in is going to be punished. It's Retro trying to get that kill onto Hawkage. The push out from Captain Sweatpants does not work out. Kowalski, he shut them down. And now the pistol out. Kowalski can't quite finish the kill onto his Retro. They're finding a second one, but they need 2 more. A third one now. That's going to put them in a 1v1 situation. They could actually clutch this. The angle being held from Sir Irony Pants is a very tight one, and it's going to find the shot. What a nice headshot to finish off the round. The attackers will take another one.
Well, Greenville looking strong once again on this attack. Buena Vista, it feels like they did everything right on site, but the roamers just getting picked off one by one, and soon enough, the numbers game was just not on their side, and it was down to 2 anchors to fight the world just about. His Retro was prepared to do it, really, but the odds were stacked against them. Time getting low with the diffuser down, and just really an unpeakable situation there. Sir Irony Pants watching now with an F90 and easy headshot, no matter what you're going to do to try and push up. It's got to be roamers in positions to be able to be refragged or at least get a pick from the back line and get to a safe position. Cheesy overstayed his welcome after getting that pick on the Yang Chill Doctor before. So Cheesy was allowed to be refragged there quite a bit later on without really adding anything more on the flank, quite unfortunately.
I did like the open badge. I did like the kill that they
It
had
was so
gotten.
good.
So it should not only be negative. They did do some positives, but you're right. At the end of it all, it didn't amount to a round 1, and it could have, is the thing. So we're only talking about lost potential. That's why we're being critical here. So The potential, though, was you get a kill. Your game sense should be they're going to know I'm here. They're going to try and hunt me because they have to have someone at least watching their back. So you have to be watching the blue doorway. They have to push up. Someone's not going to try and shoot up through the hatch at you. They might, but the chances aren't high. And so Cheesy just staring down through the hatch, not even looking at blue door, not paying attention to someone pushing upstairs to try and find them. They're an easy kill there. They're just staring down the hatch, and that player didn't even find them right off the bat. So Irony Pants didn't see them. They had to eventually look up and then, oh wait, they're on the balcony right above me. Bam, gets the kill. So it was just kind of a misplay on the side of Cheesy, despite the good play that had led to that point. It still ended in a little bit of a fumble, because had they not died there, even if they didn't get the kill inside Irony Pants, had they not died there, then they can regress in the last moments. Because even if you die there, you're taking a gun away from someone covering the planter, and then your people on site can at least push at the same time as you. Far better chance of having success versus just the 1v1 where you're being found out that the Pulse is going to find the shots, but not the kill.
What?
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
they lose that fight.
no.
Kowalski punishes them for the missed shots.
A couple things. First of all, I thought they changed Nook to not set off those battle detectors. That's a little interesting. I thought I read Patchness that said that. But moving on beyond my ignorance of that that change or lack thereof, Kowalski is totally pushed up ahead of Cap Sweatbands. Cap Sweatbands is in such a weird position there, and the UMP-45 is never going to help. There is Retro going down as well. The top fragger for the defense right now is going to hurt Buena Vista a lot, and Kowalski is just able to run rampant through all of these cameras with that Nook pick, always keeping it mixed up and making sure the defense doesn't quite know what's coming. Interesting smoke there's going to fall off and just end up being useless. That would have been an interesting thing, though, if it had stayed on the wall. So I never thought to do that. Ricky Tiki now find the opportunity to open up the wall. The Bandit battery has been removed from below, and here's a nice line of sight to make sure that anyone below isn't going to look for an opportunity to get a kill. Cheesy will be a player looking to do that. Oh, and one tap, just removing Kowalski, who's been watching an angle for a little bit too long in an unsafe position. This is a nice possibility for actually a good flank coming out from the defense. And that's what they're going to need in order to get leverage here. Archangel getting that kill. Ricky Tiki was in a pinch in just a couple moments, but the 1v1 fight turns out in their favor. It's a 2v3 at this point. Buena Vista looking a lot safer.
Well, Irony Pants getting that kill on the Amtro. She shut down, and now it's Cheesy. The Roamer, able to get a kill, but wasn't able to, again, help out the team at the right moment. Unfortunately, it came out just a little too late. Positions had already been given up by the teammates. They'd already been killed, and the last person on site needed your support, and you weren't there.
Oh, that's
super shorty kill is a little bit rude, but hey, you get the kill for it, and it's going to be a nice one to finish off their round there. Greenville gonna go up to the advantage on their first half of attack, and now they get to comfortably sit with 4-2 in their favor going into the defense.
Well, a better showing from Buena Vista. They get one more round than before, and for a second, it looks like they were really shaping up a lot better against Greenville on Greenville's own map. Their response here on the attack, Buena Vista choosing an Amaru as well. They've got the Jackal. Jackal was notably left on the board and not used. Is Retro also on a Twitch, a pretty fragging-oriented character, but one that can do quite a bit to deal with utility, and there's a lot of it that she is well equipped to deal with from this defense. Going to second floor first.
Something to note, Buena Vista started on the defense here. They started on attack, and they got one round of attack and 2 rounds of defense last map. So they technically did get the same amount of defensive rounds, which is 2.
Oh, yeah.
So now their attack here, it's got to be better than last map. You only got 1 round. So I hope that it's better on this map, because otherwise it's going to be the same scoreline that we saw last map.
Well, without me noticing it here, Sir Irony Pants has been really boosting up those kills, catching a few more than I was seeing the credit for. 7 and 3 right there's a nasty KD record, just slightly overshadowed by Kowalski right now, who just seems nearly unstoppable, except in those quiet moments like we saw take a headshot from the console earlier. Second floor setup here, going to barricade off the windows as shield, watching into second floor hallway. No castle, which is a common one, but the mute is going to do a lot to close up the intel into sight, and I guess be used to slow down hard breaching on box walls.
Rocket's going with the impacts instead of a shield, but when you have a Goyo with 2 shields, I guess it's okay. Makes sense. You don't need, maybe your strat doesn't require 3 shields. But what else does she really bring you? Just a pistol that can already make soft destruction. So is it really worth it to bring the impacts? I don't know. Either way, it's going to allow them to have someone who can have some aggression. I hope they can control that recoil though with the change there. That's kind of a rough weapon to use.
Looks like the drone work was in there for Archangel, knowing that he could safely push up into box, using that G8A1 similarly to what we saw from Kowalski. First frag going to Ricky Tiki though on the defense. Watching on the window, was that? Oh no.
Yep.
Gonna put down a mute jammer to stop any hard destruction coming a little bit
what a
late.
flip.
Archangel in a great situation up here up tops, not in unnoticed, but is gonna be left at 1 HP after that double gunfight. Chill Doctor's waiting out for an opportunity strike, but doesn't quite find it through all of that stationary.
That was a nice flick. I'm sorry to interrupt you when you were talking, but that was beautiful. I just had to give credit. Also, though, on 1 HP, so cost you a lot, but at least you
It's
did
gonna be hard to
get
beat
the kill.
as well.
Gonna just we'll run in and just die. The sausage is just there to just shut you down. A decent shotgun, honestly, if utilized correctly, and there it was perfectly utilized.
It's like 150 points of overkill.
Right, like they didn't need that. Kowalski gets a kill, only adding further to their stat line. It is Retro is going to be dead, and now it's a 2v4 situation. It's going to be the hard breach with Jackal. So this is kind of an odd combination to have at your beck and call at the dying moments of a round. You still have to clear off the mute chambers that are going to be stopping you from opening up the wall. You do have Jackal, could shotgun from below potentially, try and also clear out any roamers, but you don't have a lot of utility.
It's going to be costly on time.
Yeah.
Especially with less than a minute now.
You're
I
in
don't
a
know if
bad
it's going to be
situation.
doable. They're going to have to run and gun their way through. At least Cheesy has some intel that's going to be confirmed by the Inox. And there's no one playing over here in conference room anymore after those 2 frags through the closet. Cheesy gets a kill there on Hawkishef, getting a nice little peek over the shield and use it to their own advantage. That's going to be really rough for Greenville. Cap Swiphens gets another one as well. This is evening up the player count, and they have pinched from either side. No refrag potential will be there, but Ricky Tiki is the only one playing on site as Kowalski's looking for a big flank.
Flank is coming out. Ricky Tiki just has to buy enough time. He has to be aware of the person to his left, though, in the closet, or his teammate has to flank right now and get that kill before he's going to get killed for it. And there it is. The kill comes out. The flank isn't there on time. C4 is going to miss as well, so Kowalski, while you've been so good up to this point, you've kind of made a blunder there. The oil shield being used against you, it was already used against you earlier for a nice flick kill over the shield from Cheesy, and now you're in a post-plant 1v2 situation. Kowalski waiting for that fire to just die out, push into the long desk area. It does get a little bit of wall bang damage, but he doesn't know. Both players are in sight here, so there's 2 bodies to be found in very close vicinity to one another, but they aren't holding the same exact angle. Pushing into janitors now as sweatpants, so each going to be holding different angles. They don't know where he's pushing from. He's taking a long time here, though. Can't really afford to do that. Captain Sweatband is around the corner. He finds them. Now he has to just find one more. They're on the rappel. The pings are coming through. He can't jump out here, though. He's going to have to just feed the shot to Cheesy. That's going to be a round 1 for Buena Vista, starting things off on attack with a win.
It's nice and satisfying to see right there, especially after them going down pretty heavily in that first half. That 2v3 situation was beautifully played by Buena Vista as well.
2v4.
There was 2v4 even, yeah. The shields on the defender's shields were used perfectly by Buena Vista. Every moment they're getting as many kills as they could out of it, especially that last Goyo, which is going to totally negate Kowalski even getting to play the plant situation. He gets 1 off of that close wall, but the final kill, Cheesy, is not even contestable on the window, especially in full line of sight of Diffuser with just about 10 seconds left. And it's going to take 7.5 of that to defuse even. That one was so in the bag. Really, as soon as that Goyo shield got hit.
Yeah, I was not really in doubt. I was a little concerned because they didn't jump out the window right away. But due to Kowalski stalling out, he was in long desk for way too long, honestly. He just kind of sat there thinking, maybe hoping to get pings from his teammates, but they just weren't able to do it. There was a cam feeding information outside, but they were inside.
Oh, yeah, I was wondering where that went.
I assume a cam was thrown outside or default was not shot. I don't know for sure what it was, but either way, information was there, but you can't really act on that, as you said. Just not a winnable situation for the defender. That rappel position, once it's post plant, is so powerful unless you have a friend to just shoot him from another angle on the map.
It's MP5 time from the defense here. We got 2 MP5Ks and an MP5 SD. Dude, love those guys. satisfying. Once again, no shield from Hawkins Chef on the Echo in favor of the impacts. There are 2 other sets of impacts on the defense as well. I think a shield might definitely a bit more better suited for this. You get another nice angle of attack. And interestingly, have you noticed that neither team has really invested much into the denial? We do see a Wamai this time, but not like too much that's super important. And
You know, they have been playing kind of oddly with their player comps in general. I mean, we haven't seen a Zofia brought at all, which is almost a mainstay in every
we
other
have a
team's
couple
lineup.
times. I noticed it because I was like, oh, it's been a while since I've seen Zofia in this round.
So I'm just thinking, though, in a general sense, though, it's just not brought nearly as much as usual. So it's just kind of odd. And you know, this would be the perfect time to have one because this shield is like really hard to defeat unless you have a Kali or a Zofia to stun them and concuss them to move the shield to the side. They're already going to lose men as if Retro is going to be dead. Greenville utilizing this clash just to harass them, buy more time, and so far they have no answers for it.
Ooh, this is really going to be hurting the attack. They've already lost 1 player and a lot of time on their main hard breaching package right here. That's more than a minute wasted by the Clash just being out here, taking some damage as well. Not a really significant amount. Luckily, that new alleyway is going to give a little bit more time since they'll be able to rotate a little quickly through it. But the attack is definitely hurting, and the round has barely even begun the actual execution here. Oh, Amtro, she goes down to Ricky Ticky. They're playing right behind the Clash. Of course, you are going to have someone there to play for the frags. Ying Candles are finally coming out, but so is another gunfire. Oh, more gunfire from the defense. Cheesy's left all alone, and it's a big ticket to deal with just a Clash on your own with someone playing off it, let alone an entire 5-stack on the defense. Greenville isn't going to be worried about this one. They've got a lot of intel to work off, the Tomatoes and the Echo Cams and a Clash.
It's just pretty much a done round at this point. You got to regroup. Hope some miracle happens, but in the meantime, maybe discuss with their teammates. You know, what can we do for next round on attack? This clearly we're being stymied. Maybe we should be bringing that Zofia in case they bring something like a Clash or a Kali or something, just to have a counter. Because if they're able to play it like this and utilize it so well, we can't not punish them. And now the Echo Drone feeding that information, as you said, it's going to be a flawless round. Chill Doctor able to put them out of their misery. I also want to point out that Amtro was killed so easily. They were shot, I think, almost, swear to God, shot by their teammate. Again, we're seeing just team damage come out way more than usual in this matchup.
That is a bit curious here. Let's a defensive win here is going to allow switching back to the second floor. Possibly a little bit easier for the attack to deal with. They did win the first one on second floor, so they get another chance to go at this objective. They played really well in the late round, maybe not as strongly in the early round. And Kowalski's been having a little bit of a harder time actually getting into those really big, meaningful gunfights that we're seeing that really dominated the early part of the
I mean, you're on Clash, though.
map. Yeah, that will make it a little interesting.
Just annoying them, not necessarily.
I love bouncing your top fragger around to all the shield ops as well.
Right, hey guys, I just feel like playing this right now. Okay, that's pretty much what it feels
might
like.
Be a little bit one of those. Yeah, I would love to have another player on the shield op feeding information to Kowalski and just let him get those giant kills and find that 25 bomb, potentially get the attack.
So this is something that bothers me, is the fact that they bring in Goyo and they're not bringing anything to deny those Goyos getting destroyed. There's no Wamai or Jaeger. You pointed that out before.
Yeah.
But it's a pretty big deal. You have grenades now being brought on the Maverick. They can just nade those and destroy them now. There's nothing to stop that, unless you obviously just put a bullet in the Maverick's head. But that's it. Otherwise, those grenades, if they're just placed correctly, they will, for free, get those shields. So that's just something that, to me, is just a missed plan, let's say. If these are strats, I don't know. Some teams don't really have strats, to be fair. They don't have time. Some don't even have coaches. So to what degree have they even been able to prep? So I don't want to be too critical of teams that are kind of maybe making things up on the fly even.
Well, speaking of making things up on the fly, Kowalski has a new trick up their sleeve. Just about every round, it feels. And this one is a Remington shotgun right on the front door. Maybe the pistol instead, and he's perfectly prepared for Amtro. She didn't even have a chance right there, and the recurring utility from the Decay just will not have any effect on this round, unfortunately. Buena Vista down one before anything's really started, and Kowalski has no one to try and refrag on him, so he gets away scot-free, still able to feed intel for the rest of the round.
Drone. Drone. Wherever you're entering the building, drone. If there's a drone,
Oh, God.
Kowalski could have been found out and killed. There's a drone. So this is
it's
actually a really
perfectly
good
behind
play.
him. He has no
Just
clue.
Quick peek him, he's dead. He's gonna miss the shots. He loses to a pistol. Holy. All right, so she's just gonna have to run down, try and get him with the shotguns in hand. Kowalski now on a tear, 3K, and while teammates also being menaced on the attacking side, their fallen brethren are just gonna watch them get hurt. But Cap Sweatpants able to get a kill, and another one. Chill Doctor off the board, but Hawkage does find his retro, so it really is all up to Captain Sweatpants. But Kowalski able to get the quad with the pistol in hand, and
Jesus.
well, things are looking pretty rough on Buena Vista's side.
Yeah, we've seen this one before from Kowalski. That was a little bit interesting to see 0 kills on one of the stars from map 1, actually. Hawkeye Chef, who got all those wacky roaming positions that really paid off on Villa. But instead, now it's definitely Kowalski in those wacky locations. This time with the pistol and the shotgun to just tear up the attackers and catapult them to this match point, looking a little bit closer than map 1, but still absolutely favoring Greenville right now.
Well, if
6-3.
Greenville won one more, it'll be exactly the same. 2 rounds of defense and a 1 round on attack for Buena Vista.
Oh, never mind. I can't count. I was thinking it was
So
7-2. Good thing
was
I've got
close,
you
right?
here to have a little bit more memory.
But they can still make it better by winning this round. Even if they don't win the map, at least it's one more round than the last map, right? Take it a step at a time. Compare to yourself to who you were yesterday, not someone else today. So, got to look at, where were you? And have we at least improved? Do we feel like we're improving? Because at the end of the day, they're already down 0-4. They lose this matchup, they're going to be down 0-5. It's going to be a rough season, but it's all for the benefit of, are you learning? So if you're
That is
actually
true.
learning, then there's not a big deal. You can come back stronger next time. Maybe we'll be switching up divisions, and they can be placed in the division below this. Maybe they'll find competition that's actually more their skill level to be more fair. But even then, like, you only get better by facing teams that are better than you. Almost always, that's how you learn. So to be fair, they actually have the most to learn. So they have the greatest potential here in this league, in this division especially. So I hope that they are at least going to look back on these things and try and think about, what could we have done better, and then come back stronger. That's what I'm hoping. You never know. It does take some time commitment, but that's the hope here. So I'm going to stay on the positive note.
Absolutely. You're going to open area. This is the first time seeing an objective that's not second floor or basement so far, and I do love open area. It's got some interesting potentials here. Hawkeye Chef trying to make use tapping into one of those, making some little punch holes to look right here where Amtro actually is. Amtro burning out that Aruni, but not really invested in going all the way through there, and that's probably why this gets a little bit of a kill.
Why waste utility if you're not actually going to go in? Like, you just wait. You didn't need to do that. It's just little things like that that will make a huge difference in skill, right? That's going to show you the skill. You don't want to waste any utility unless absolutely necessary. Now, that could have been a reason. Gunfight coming out. So Irony Pants trying to contest with an LMG in the hand of the Fuse, who will win the fight. It was a good attempt, but just the aggro didn't pay off for them. Ricky Ticky also taking a lot of damage. They were in a fight, I think, with Amtro or is Retro. I couldn't tell which one they were fighting, but either way, 1 HP left. So these attackers having a lot better round than we've seen in the previous ones.
A lot of that damage is going to be mitigated right here, though. Thunder vs. Kona Station is doing airdrops. Some gunfights coming out over here by the kitchen, but no kills and getting netted because of it. Amtro backing off once again. Not totally sure what to do with that. Oh,
nice.
Is Retro up above, opening up the hatch. There's an Aruni gadget there,
They
but
just-
that's easily dealt with. There's a lot of pressure coming down from upstairs on open area at that point. Chill Doctor's going to be in one of the main safe spots here, but it might not be so safe for long. Vertical pressure is all their focus, so they're going to start exploding sight down below.
I'm almost positive Thunderbird threw their C4 into that Aruni gate, which destroyed it. So they used their own gadget on the defense to destroy their own gate, the laser gates. They used their own C4. So they just lost 2 gadgets there. Kill Doctor does have a good angle here. Could get an easy kill. That's the diffuser down too, so that actually could be important later in the round. Fuse will hurt these defenders though. Their positionings will be very precarious if they're not careful here. So utilizing that with a sledge as well, able to open up some angles from above. But are they the right angles? And so far, it doesn't seem like they quite are. So it's actually not really pushing them out of position quite yet. It is making them uncomfortable, but they still have to do a little bit more. And then I have 30 seconds as well. So now the time is starting to become that sixth man, another body to help them out. And now the flank up blue from Kowalski uses the DMR to get a kill on the Is Retro. Chill Doctor did find another kill in the round as well. So things are turned on their head again. It's going to be Sweatpants and Cheesy yet again, trying to find some sort of answer for these defenders, and they're not able to do so. Kowalski getting up to the 20 kill, getting that bomb on this map, and it's pretty much a done and dusted round as the diffuser was downed. Hawkage will shut it down, and that's going to be Greenville winning 2-0.
We get another 7-3 map right off here, and Bank, we won't be getting to see Oregon here, and Greenville has broken that losing streak. They're going to be feeling, I think, quite proud of that one. It's going to feel really good. Kowalski especially, like you said, dropping that 20 bomb to end off our last round of the match and the last round of the night. Buena Vista on the other side, they're looking for that map yet again, so pay attention to them next week while they try and break that loss streak. I'm sure they have it in them. There's a lot of growing potential there. And I mean, what I say to either of these teams right now, I know a little bit rougher of a season, is just watch through a lot of the other teams playing, even just right here on NECC Sports. They're going to be doing a lot of the same stuff that you want to be doing and a lot of stuff that you're doing. And there's all that commentary. And as one of the commentators here, I think you can really trust the commentators at NECC Sports. They're all really knowledgeable and they're dropping truth bombs pretty constantly. I have so much to learn from listening to the other commentators all the time about how the game is played. So that stuff is all just so useful and watching over your own VOD. So this right here, I think is a really great learning experience. So we LQ and I know we made sure to try and sprinkle some more information as far as those little notes, but it was definitely a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, good matchup. I think, for Buena Vista at the very least, this was the best they've shown. Averaging
Oh
two
yeah.
rounds. Now they're averaging 3 rounds in this matchup. I mean, it's a small improvement, but it's an improvement. And I used to suggest people watch Reaper EN, I think, on YouTube. He used to be an analyst. Unfortunately, his videos are a little outdated now, and he stopped doing videos. So I'm a little sad about that. But you actually could still go back and watch some of them, specific ones, just to learn about how attacking and defending works as far as lines of sight, utility usage, all that stuff. So all of that won't be outdated, right? So certain maps might not be the same. Certain pushes might not be the meta anymore. Gadgets might have changed slightly. But the thing is, just some basics are there and they don't change on Siege. So just certain things you can always pick up. And it's not just him. There's plenty of YouTubers out there. So find whoever you enjoy watching, right? But I would watch someone who has a stack at the very least, if not an actual team. Go watch some of their VODs. Pro League's always good, right? Learn from the best. But even then, as you said, watch other teams in these leagues, in these divisions, and learn from them. So there's a lot of opportunities. You just got to find what works for you. Not everyone can watch a VOD and learn from it. It's a lot of time. There's short videos that you can learn tips on YouTube from as well. So all you got to do is just take a little bit of time and just learn a little bit about a strategy, and then you're already better, just that much more. So always a little bit to be learned, even just looking back and thinking about how you played. But anyways, that's all we can really say and hope for. We'll have to see if it actually pans out. If the donut can be broken in these last 2 weeks that will be coming up, week 7 and 8. This is week 6. But that is it for us on the cast here. We appreciate you showing up, watching, supporting, and a lot of you are family members of the players. So we hope you enjoyed watching the kiddos, try and show off their skills. That's going to be it for us. Come back next week. Another Wednesday, always Rainbow Six on Wednesdays. Of course, if you have them playing other games or you just want to check out the other games, that's happened on other days of the week. So you can check out the NECC website or the Discord. Check out when those are happening, what days, and learn some more information about it. But in the meantime, thank you for showing up. Have a good night.